as we were discussing how the arguments played out in court today, it's important to analyze that as well, because the Enforcement Directorate made the point that, as far as the case file is concerned, they have recovered a money trail of 45 crore rupees, and that Arvind Kejriwal will have to stay in jail because a key part of the investigation is still pending. Given the fact that the Delhi High Court previously also has refused bail to Arvind Kejriwal, how do you see this playing out now?
Well, Vedant, it is certainly a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, because in fact Arvind Kejriwal, his family, and in fact his party as well were expecting that he would be released today, late evening. But at 4 p.m. is what we were expecting, that the order of the Rouse Avenue Court would be reaching the Tihar jail. The Aam Aadmi Party had already made, the arrangements. Sunita Kejriwal had to go to Tihar jail at around 4 p.m. and she was all ready. And then, in fact, this judgment that came from the High Court now staying on the bail order, the regular bail order that was given by the Rouse Avenue Court just hours before, he had to be released from Tihar jail. So it is certainly, Vedant, a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal, and in fact also for his party, the Aam Aadmi Party, who also went on to say that, Rouse Avenue Court giving that regular bail was a big win for them, because it showed that the entire case was fabricated and there was no evidence with the Enforcement Directorate. Well, if we talk about the ED, today ED had approached the High Court, and there in fact they had said that while passing this order, the trial court had not considered their arguments, their documents, and in fact their evidence also against Arvind Kejriwal. ED had said that the observation that was made by the trial court, that is, in fact, there is no direct evidence against Arvind Kejriwal, and that ED is working with bias against Arvind Kejriwal, was a wrong statement. This is what the ED today said in the High Court. They, in fact, said that, they have already, in fact, have evidence and have said this time and again in the court that Arvind Kejriwal demanded 100 crore rupees, and all the, in fact, bribe givers have confessed, have given their statements to the ED on this. They also go on to say that it has already been established that 45 crore rupees of Hawala money was used by the Aam Aadmi Party in the Goa election campaigning. And the ED today said that none of this was considered by the trial court while granting a regular bail to Arvind Kejriwal. So all of these points, in fact, Vedant, were put forth by the Enforcement Directorate counsel, while on the other hand we also saw Kejriwal's counsel arguing, saying that it is completely in a biased manner that the Enforcement Directorate is working against Arvind Kejriwal. So now the High Court certainly saying that the next hearing will be on June 25th, and till then it is in stay on Arvind Kejriwal's bail order. So certainly it is a big setback, because Arvind Kejriwal and his party were waiting for this big relief.
Absolutely. And Sunil Prabhu, a senior colleague, is also now with us. So Sunil sir, how the arguments played out in the High Court today, as we've been reporting a big setback for Arvind Kejriwal, who was set to walk free today, but the Enforcement Directorate strongly arguing, saying that a 45 crore rupee money trail has been recovered, a claim that has been made by the agency earlier as well, and Arvind Kejriwal's counsel saying that there's a clear ED bias as far as this entire investigation is concerned.
Well, I was in court, and I'm not too sure whether the money trail was really the core contention. The Additional Solicitor General, Mr Raju, was in the court, and I think his biggest plea today was that he had not been heard properly, that the judge did not give him a patient hearing, and apart from the fact that, there have been some factual errors in the order, and then he carried on to explain his points. Having said that, Mr Singhvi, on behalf of Arvind Kejriwal, as well as Mr Harish Chaudhary, responding, saying that, nearly 3 hours, 45 minutes was taken by Mr Raju while hearing the bail plea, giving various points, and counter-argued to say that they had heard this entire point and made it clear that Mr Kejriwal is not a terrorist.
Sure.
And that he is the Chief Minister of a state, he's a respectable person and that the Supreme Court has already given him bail once. And it's in that context now that the High Court has decided to reserve the orders. It wants to study the matters. Those counsels from both sides.
Okay,
can give in
I'm afraid I'll have to interrupt you there because Kiran Rijiju, the new Parliamentary Affairs Minister, is in fact addressing a press conference. Let's listen in.
लिमिटेड रोल है जो माननीय राष्ट्रपति जी द्वारा नियुक्त किया जाता है, फिर प्रोटेम स्पीकर अपने सीनियर पैनल मेंबर्स के साथ में सदन को चलाते हैं। आप लोगों को मालूम होना चाहिए कि ये प्रोटेम स्पीकर का कॉन्सेप्ट वेस्टमिंस्टर यूके का पार्लियामेंट में हाउस ऑफ कॉमन्स में फादर ऑफ द हाउस के टाइटल से जो होता है उससे इंस्पिरेशन होकर के यहाँ अडॉप्ट किया है और उसके मुताबिक लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग मेंबर जो कॉन्जिक्यूटिव लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग करते हैं नॉर्मली उसको फादर ऑफ द हाउस कहते हैं। मैं 2004 में ब्रिटेन में गए थे जो पार्लियामेंट्री डेलीगेशन के साथ में, उस समय वहाँ फादर ऑफ द हाउस सर पैट्रिक कॉर्मेक से हमारा बहुत लंबा बातचीत हुआ है इस टाइटल के लिए। और वहाँ जब वो सर पैट्रिक कॉर्मेक का एक टर्म बीच में हार गए चुनाव तो उसको टाइटल से हटा दिया। बाद में वो चुन के आने के बाद में भी कहा कि ये टाइटल नहीं मिलेगा क्योंकि ब्रेक हो गया। लेकिन बीच में अगर कोई बाय इलेक्शन के माध्यम से सेम हाउस में अगर आप मेंबर बनते हैं तो आपको कंटिन्यूटी हिसाब दिया जाता है। लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग मेंबर ऑफ द हाउस, इस कॉन्सेप्ट से प्रोटेम स्पीकर का इंडिया में प्रैक्टिस करते आया है। सबसे पहले तो इन्होंने भर्तृहरि मेहताब जी का नाम को लेकर के आपत्ति किया। भर्तृहरि मेहताब 7 बार कॉन्जिक्यूटिव लोकसभा मेंबर है विदाउट एनी ब्रेक, 7 बार, और इस वक्त वो लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग मेंबर है अगर हम मंत्री को छोड़े तो। उन्होंने सुरेश कोडिकनल का नाम लिया, उनका टोटल टर्म 8 है उनका, लेकिन 2004 और 1998 में उसका ब्रेक हुआ है। उसका कंसेक्यूटिव 2009 के बाद 4 टर्म है। उसके हिसाब से आप देखा जाएगा तो पिछले बार जब 2019 में 17th लोकसभा कॉन्स्टिट्यूट किया गया था उस समय वीरेंद्र कुमार जी उसमें 7 टाइम्स कॉन्जिक्यूटिव था और मेनका जी का टोटल टर्म था 8 बार, लेकिन उसका बीच में ब्रेक था चुनाव में, इसलिए उसका कॉन्जिक्यूटिव टर्म नहीं था। इस हिसाब से कॉन्जिक्यूटिव लॉन्गेस्ट जो सर्व करते हैं परंपरागत उसको बनाने का सिस्टम है, उसको हम लोगों ने एडॉप्ट किया। यहाँ कोई सिस्टम का उल्लंघन का उसी को लगेगा जिन्होंने सिस्टम और या उसका रूल नहीं पढ़ा है। ये एक परंपरा हम लोग ने फॉलो किया है। और सबसे जो दुखी बात क्या है, कांग्रेस ने जो आपके सामने में आप लोगों ने देखा होगा जो उन्होंने बात रखी है, भर्तृहरि मेहताब जैसे जिसको बेस्ट पार्लियामेंट्री अवार्ड मिला है, 7 टर्म कॉन्जिक्यूटिव है, उसका प्रो टर्म बनने पर जो आपत्ति किया है, हम लोग सब मेंबर है हाउस के, एक दूसरे को इज्जत करना चाहिए। 2004 में आप सोचिए कांग्रेस का कितना काला करतूत और जो छुपाते हैं। मैं ये कहना नहीं चाहता था, इसलिए मैं शांति से बैठ करके सदन चलाने के लिए तैयारी में था, लेकिन लगातार जो 2 दिन से मैं देख रहा हूं, मेरा दिल में दर्द है, इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं। 2004 में मनमोहन सिंह का सरकार बना और उस समय सबसे सीनियर मेंबर 10 बार के अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी, सोमनाथ चटर्जी, 10 टर्म्स के 2 MP थे उस समय। सोमनाथ चटर्जी को पहला दिन प्रो टर्म स्पीकर बनाया, उसके बाद अगले दिन उनको स्पीकर का चुनाव में भाग लेना था, तो नेक्स्ट डे दूसरा प्रोटेम स्पीकर बनाना था। और उस समय सबसे सीनियर मेंबर था 9 टाइम लोकसभा मेंबर जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस, और इन्होंने जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस को नहीं बना करके बाला साहेब विखे पाटिल जो 8 टर्म था उनको बनाया। और उसके बाद 10 बार का वाजपेयी जी 9 टर्म का जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस को इग्नोर किया। तो उस समय कांग्रेस के लोग कहाँ थे जो आज जो बात बोल रहे हैं? कभी फॉलो हुआ क्या इस तरीके के? उसके बाद उससे पहले भी कई घटना है, मैं अगर कोट करूंगा, जैसे 1956 में हुकुम सिंह जी सीनियर मोस्ट नहीं थे, उनको प्रोटेम स्पीकर बना करके उसको स्पीकर का चुनाव करवाया। 1977 में DN तिवारी जी का जो प्रोटेम स्पीकर था वो भी वो सीनियर मोस्ट मेंबर नहीं था, उसको बनाया। और कई उदाहरण है। और आप जो विखे पाटिल जी का बात करेंगे, उस समय उससे सीनियर PM सईद उससे सीनियर थे, और गिरिधर गोमांग उससे सीनियर थे। तो उन्होंने जब इतना सीनियर लोगों को ओवरटेक करके जब बनाया, वाजपेयी जी जॉर्ज फर्नांडिस को जब ओवरटेक किया, तो उसको इसका आत्मा को क्या धक्का नहीं लगा था क्या उस समय? क्यों ऐसा फजूल का बात करते हैं बिना मतलब का? ये एक प्रो टर्म स्पीकर का एक जो सिंपल सा एक रोल होता है, एक कन्वेंशन है, उसको लेकर के ये झूठ फैलाने का जो काम कर रहे हैं, ये मैं मानता हूं कि इससे सस्ता राजनीति हो नहीं सकता है। उसके बाद आप सोचिए 2005 में ये लोग कोर्ट में गए, कर्नाटका में एक केस हुआ था। एक कपिल सिब्बल से थोड़ा ज्ञान ले लेते। कपिल सिब्बल तो कांग्रेस में थे, अभी कांग्रेस छोड़ के दूसरे के साथ में काम कर रहे हैं। उस समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जो ऑर्डर भी बहुत क्लियर है, मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं। सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जब गए तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बहुत क्लियरली इसको कहा है, स्पीकर उस समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने क्या कहा? द कन्वेंशन ऑफ द senior most MLA being named pro tem speaker had no legal force, and Supreme Court also quoted the incident in the Parliament House। और जो श्रीराम ओला जैसे नेता को ओवरटेक करके जूनियर को जो बनाया, कांग्रेस पार्टी नहीं किया, श्रीराम ओला जी भी कांग्रेस के ही थे, उसको ओवरटेक करके बनाया, PM सईद को ओवरटेक करके बनाया। ये सारा को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि ऐसा कोई रूल नहीं होता है, सीनियर में से कोई भी होता है, नॉर्मली सीनियर मोस्ट होते हैं, अगर नहीं तो भी वन ऑफ द सीनियर। इस तरीके के कई उदाहरण हैं, मैं और ज्यादा कोट नहीं करना चाहता हूं, लेकिन मैं आपको इतना कहना चाहता हूं कि चुनाव के समय में जितना झूठ बोला है, अभी 8,500 हजार रुपया जो हर महीने में डालेगा बोलता है, कांग्रेस ने वादा किया, वो पूरा करो। अभी जितने आदमी जो कांग्रेस ऑफिस में जो राहुल गांधी ने वादा किया है पैसा अकाउंट में डालेगा, वो वादा पूरा करो। इस तरह का झूठ बात बोल करके चुनाव लड़ा। जनता ने पूरी भारत का आप देख लीजिए, NDA सरकार मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में फिर से NDA के पूरे दल मिलकर के चुनाव लड़ा, पूर्ण बहुमत मिला। फिर हम आराम से सरकार तालमेल के साथ चलाना चाहते हैं। और अभी जो झूठ, चुनाव में भी झूठ बोला और पार्लियामेंट चलने से पहले फिर झूठ शुरू कर दिया। अभी तो पार्लियामेंट सेशन शुरू होने वाला है 24 तारीख से, उससे पहले ही झूठ बोलना शुरू कर दिया। कितना झूठ बोलेगा कांग्रेस पार्टी? इसलिए मैं आप लोगों को कहना चाहता हूं कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को आप लोग के माध्यम से बताता हूं कि झूठ बोलना बंद करें। थैंक यू। एक मिनट।
All right, so that was the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju there addressing the media and rebutting Congress's disagreement over the appointment of the pro-tem speaker, Mr. Bhartrihari Mehtab. And it is in a briefing over the pro-tem speaker, there has been politics that has erupted over the appointment, Congress claiming that a Dalit leader has been ignored. In fact, this controversy erupted after while the appointment of Mr. Mehtab as the pro-tem speaker for the upcoming Lok Sabha session marks a procedural step towards commencing the legislative business. It has in fact sparked a lot of dissent, especially due to the perceived deviation from the established norms, is what the Congress is saying. Mr. Kiren Rijiju did negate some of those points and made it clear that they have followed all the rules, is what Mr. Rijiju is saying, and that politics is happening even before the session. The Parliament session has even begun. Now, the position of the pro-tem speaker, that is temporary in nature, and that lack of explicit constitutional guideline regarding its functions underscore the need for transparency and fairness in such appointments, is what the opposition has been saying. In fact, the opposition's objection and multiple leaders from the opposition have said that, however, the choice of Mr. Mehtab has stirred controversy among the opposition leaders. They are arguing that convention dictates that the honour should go to the senior most member, Mr. Suresh of the Congress, who is an 8-term MP. And Maria Shakil joins us on the phone line at this point. Maria, one big question that that we are asking, and everyone is asking at this point of time, is the fact that when the Congress is saying, and in fact the opposition, when the opposition is saying that that convention dictates that the honour should go to Mr. Suresh, who is an 8-term MP, how should we understand this, and this agreement, which highlights the importance of the whole perceived fairness in the process, that has come under scrutiny, is what the Congress is saying. What are the details that you can give us?
Yes, so that's right. What the opposition's argument is that Mr. Suresh, who is the senior most MP, should be given that honor of being the pro-tem speaker, because the role of the pro-tem speaker is largely to ensure the swearing-in ceremonies of the 542 MPs who have been elected of the 18th Lok Sabha, till the time a new speaker is appointed, and that process would be followed from 24th to 25th, and 26th is the day of the election of the new speaker. The government's argument here is that the person in question here, Mr. K. Suresh, has been an MP, yes, of 8 terms, but he is not an MP who has had a consecutive term, which means that he is not been an MP throughout or continuously for all 8 terms. There has been a break in his membership when he was not elected to the Lok Sabha in 1998 and also in 2004. In contrast to Bhartrihari Mehtab, who has been chosen as the pro-tem speaker by the government, the reason why he has been chosen is that this is his 7th term and a 7th consecutive term without any break. So that's what the government is pointing out, that this is a needless controversy which has been raised by the opposition party, which is trying to really, the government says that, why start an issue which is, completely inconsequential at this point. The name of Mr. Mehtab was, in fact, suggested by the BJP's Andhra unit. And all the allies of the BJP, be it Mr. Chandrababu Naidu and Nitish Kumar, are on board on that name. And the role of the pro-tem speaker is very limited. It's only for 48 hours till the time the process of swearing in is over. And traditionally, it goes to the senior-most member of the parliament, who administers the oath and handles other responsibilities till a speaker is appointed. And so I think this should put to rest the entire explanation, after which the controversy should end, technically, because the Congress has been saying that there has been a mistake. The government says that there is no mistake. There is clear understanding as to why Mr. Mehtab has been chosen over Mr. K. Suresh.
All right, Mari Shakil, thank you very much for explaining the entire controversy in detail and getting us all those details. And it is a big setback for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal. Remember, just hours before Arvind Kejriwal was supposed to come out of jail on bail, the High Court, which was hearing his bail plea, has now reserved that order. So there is no relief for Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and this especially after the ED appealed in the Delhi High Court, and now the Delhi High Court has stayed the bail. The next hearing will take place on 25th of June. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate had approached the Delhi High Court against the trial court's order granting bail to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal yesterday in the Delhi liquor policy case. And today, a bench comprising Justice Sudhir Kumar Jain and Justice Ravinder Dudeja had agreed to hear the ED's challenge itself after an urgent mentioning which was made by the ASG, Mr S.V. Raju. And Sunil Prabhu joins us to get us more details. Sunil, what are the key observations that were made in the court today? And now that the order has been reserved, what does it mean for Mr. Kejriwal and his immediate future?
Well, as you rightly pointed out, Mr. Kejriwal will remain in jail till the judge gives his orders on Tuesday. He's asked both sides to give their arguments, written submissions. Both of them argued today. Starting with the Additional Solicitor General, Mr. Raju, who kept harping continuously for a good 2.5 hours about the fact that his main points were not heard, that were not reflected in the order, and that he consistently established not only the fact that Mr. Kejriwal had on 2 counts. One, as he put it, is responsible and clearly had asked for the bribe. And secondly, the vicarious part of Aam Aadmi Party being implicated in this entire case. On the other side, Mr. Singhvi, who joined through the through the video conferencing facility, which had its own hiccups and connectivity issues, kept stressing the point about the fact that there has been, there's no case for a staying of the order. It is the judgment has been pointed out in its entirety that Mr. Raju was given out of the 5 hours that were heard, 3 hours 45 minutes Mr. Raju heard his contention, and Mr. Harish Chaudhary, who was representing Mr. Kejriwal in that bail plea, had argued for 1 hour only. Mr. Harish Chaudhary also appearing for Mr. Kejriwal, making a case saying that Mr. Kejriwal is not a terrorist and that he is the Chief Minister of the state and that he's already been granted once bail by the Supreme Court. So it's in this backdrop now the court will look at both sides and decide. But for Mr. Kejriwal, that relief will have to be, he'll have to wait for him to be released until the Delhi High Court adjudicates on this matter. It has reserved order till Tuesday when he is expected to take a final call on this issue.
All right, Sunil Prabhu, thank you very much for getting us all the latest in that story. Moving on, is there a new role for Mr. JP Nadda? Well, the BJP sources have said that there is definitely going to be a new role for Mr. JP Nadda, and that he's likely to be the leader of Rajya Sabha. Now, sources also say that JP Nadda will be the leader of House in Rajya Sabha. Remember, Piyush Goyal, who previously held the post, is now in the Lok Sabha. Apart from him, some other big names, Farachand Gehlot, Arun Jaitley and Jaswant Singh, they have held the post as well.
In fact, in the past also at various assemblies, this issue was taken up when the senior most MLA was not appointed the pro-tem speaker, and this was in fact challenged before the Supreme Court also. And in fact, there is a Supreme Court judgment saying very clearly that there is no need for the senior most MLA or MP to be appointed the pro-tem speaker. So this is what the legal position is. But of course, the tradition has been that the senior most MP is always appointed the pro-tem speaker. That is why Jairam Ramesh of the Congress Party is saying that Mr. K. Suresh, who is the 8th-term MP of the Congress Party, he should have been appointed the pro-tem speaker, not Mr. Bhartari Mehtab. who is the 7th-term MP, and he recently joined the BJP because for 6th term he was MP from the BJD, and now he has joined the BJP, and now he is the 7th-term MP. But Mr. Virendra Kumar is also 8th-term MP, but he has been appointed the minister. In fact, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Mr. Raju is going to address a press conference shortly to reply to the objections raised by the Congress party as far as the appointment of Pro-tem Speaker is concerned. But remember, because the Pro-tem Speaker does not have much scope, he does not have much work to do. His basically job is to administer oath to the newly elected members of Lok Sabha, and to assist him in this job, several other
All right, time for a very short break now. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world.
Welcome back. In the aftermath of the entire Neet controversy, a retest has been ordered. This retest process will begin for the 1,563 Neet aspirants. Remember, the grace marks were withdrawn for these 1,500 plus aspirants. Now, the National Testing Agency has issued admit cards for these 1,500 plus students. The National Testing Agency, as well as the Education Ministry officials, will be at each of these centers, is what we know so far. In fact, let's go across to Ashwini right now. Ashwini, after all the protests across the country, the government has taken this decision now. But the big question is it a stopgap measure at this point?
जी, बहुत बड़ा सवाल है कि क्या इसके बाद क्या कंट्रोवर्सी आगे बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि काफ़ी लंबे से समय से स्टूडेंट्स की और कई पेरेंट्स की डिमांड है कि जो नीट एग्जामिनेशन हुआ है वो कितनी सैनिटी उसकी सही है, कितना गलत है। इसको लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भी सुनवाई हो रही है और खासकर एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ने कल जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की उसमें भी उन्होंने यही कहा है कि जो भी ऑफिशियल जिम्मेदार हैं, चाहे एनटीए हो चाहे एनटीए के बड़े ऑफिशियल्स हैं, उन पे कार्रवाई होगी। सवाल है कि ये एग्जामिनेशन जो ऑर्डर हुआ था वो कल 23 तारीख को उन बच्चों के एग्ज़ाम होने वाले हैं। अराउंड 1563 स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो री एग्जामिनेशन में री अपीयर होंगे। ये वो स्टूडेंट्स हैं जिन्हें ग्रेस मार्क दिया गया था। ग्रेस मार्क कई कारण से था, कुछ बच्चों के पेपर्स गलत हो गए थे, कुछ बच्चों को टाइम की वजह से ग्रेस मार्क दिया गया था। इसके बाद एनटीए ने एक हाई लेवल कमेटी बनाई थी। उस हाई लेवल कमेटी ने ये रेकमेंड किया कि जो ये बच्चे हैं जिन्हें ग्रेस मार्क दिया गया था था, इनका री एग्जामिनेशन होना चाहिए। हालांकि उसमें एनटीए ने एक ऑप्शन भी दिया था कि जो बच्चे री एग्जामिनेशन नहीं देना चाहते हैं वो उनके पास ऑप्शन रहेगा कि वो ऑप्ट आउट हो सकते हैं उन एग्ज़ाम से। उन बच्चों को जो ग्रेस मार्क है उसको हटा के जो ओरिजिनल मार्क्स है वो दे दिया जाएगा। तो ये ऑप्शन भी था, लेकिन बहुत सारे बच्चों ने री एग्जामिनेशन ऑप्ट किया है, जो बच्चों का एडमिट कार्ड भी जारी हो चुका है। एनडीटीवी से बात करते हुए जो 2 एस्पिरेंट्स हैं जो उनका री एग्जामिनेशन उन्होंने कंफर्म किया है कि उनके एडमिट कार्ड्स उन्हें मिल चुके हैं, लेकिन इस बार सेंटर्स एनटीए ने बदल दिया, क्योंकि सेंटर्स एक बहुत बड़ा विवाद है। अगर आप पता करें कि झज्जर जैसा सेंटर था, बिहार के कुछ सेंटर्स थे जहाँ पे लोगों को काफ़ी विवाद था कि यहाँ पे पेपर लीक हुआ होगा या यहाँ पे काफ़ी गड़बड़ियों की शिकायत हुई थी। तो इन सेंटर्स को एनटीए ने इस बार ध्यान रखते हुए बदल दिया है। अराउंड 6 सेंटर्स को बदला गया है, सिर्फ एक सेंटर को नहीं बदला गया है जहाँ पे 2 स्टूडेंट्स वापस से अपीयर होंगे। एनटीए ने इस पूरी एग्ज़ाम को इस बार सही से करवाने के लिए, इस बार कोई कंट्रोवर्सी ना हो, इसलिए एनटीए और एजुकेशन मिनिस्ट्री के जो ऑफिशियल्स हैं वो हर एग्जामिनेशन सेंटर पर रहेंगे ताकि कोई गलती इस बार पकड़ में ना आए।
All right, Ashwin Kumar Singh, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, the NEET examination has landed the centre in a hot soup. The opposition is up in arms against the centre over the irregularities in NEET UG examination in the country involving the alleged paper leak. Now, the Congress party has held a nationwide protest in multiple cities and slammed the paper leak under the Modi government. We got visuals from across the country, from cities like Lucknow, Chandigarh and Jaipur. In fact, while several of the Congress workers, they were detained in Lucknow, the others, they continued to demand a Supreme Court monitored probe in this particular case. Meanwhile, the political blame game, it also continues. It was first the BJP which alleged that RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav is linked with the alleged paper leak accused, and then Tejasvi Yadav hitting back and said that he had to break his silence, claiming that his name, dragging his name, will not help the government.
भाई जो लोग मेरा नाम घसीटना चाहते हैं, मेरे पीए का घसीटना चाहते हैं, इससे कोई फ़ायदा होने वाला नहीं है। ये लोग जो किंगपिंग जो है पेपर लीक के, उन लोगों से इशू को डाइवर्ट करना चाहते हैं। जो अमित आनंद है, जो आपका नीतीश कुमार है, ये कौन लोग हैं? इनको क्यों बचाना चाहते हैं ये लोग? क्यों ये लोग जो है डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं इशू को?
हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिल करके निर्णय लिए हैं कि बिहार के अंदर ये माफिया राज को खत्म करना, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को बहाल करना। आज इसके माध्यम से जो हमारे साइट पर, खनन के साइट पर हत्याएं होती है, गोलियों की बारिश होती है, अवैध खनन के लिए गैंगवार लड़ाई होती है, वो सब भी कैद होंगे और दिखाई पड़ेंगे।
I mean, the entire examination controversy, Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan, he spoke to NDTV exclusively where he said that none of the guilty people will be spared at any cost and that political blame game must stop. He also went on to say that he takes full responsibility as the Education Minister. Let's listen in.
Students' interest is paramount to all of us. Being the in charge of education sector, I am pained with few incidents of last few days. This should not have been happened, but it happened. We have to take some painful and hard decision in the interest of the students. Both the examination are different examination and they have different information of anomalies in both the examination. In one examination, we have some specific information and specific evidences. We have to cancel that examination. We have ordered a CBI inquiry. For the first time, we are facing the influence of dark net in our education examination system, in the entrance system. Telegram has been used. You know, we all know Telegram has no evidence background. From where it has come, who has sent that, we can't track that unless until there is a proper inquiry. So government has consciously handed it over to CBI. Regarding Neet, Neet is a prestigious examination in our country. lakhs of students and parents are involved in that process. Few anomalies has came after publication of result and after examination also in last few days. One part was some grace mark issue was there. It has been resolved properly through Honorable Supreme Court's intervention. And another anomalies of particular area has occurred in Bihar, in Patna, but due to successful intervention of Patna police and economic offense wing of Bihar, it has been handled properly. As a Secretary in charge of education, मैं आज स्टूडेंट्स की मन की पीड़ा को मैं समझता हूँ और मैं भी दायित्व लेता हूँ, मैं भी चिंतित हूँ और ये डेमोक्रेसी है, उनकी मन की बात को समझना पड़ेगा, उनको सुनना पड़ेगा। देखिए मेरे आज चिंता कुछ नहीं है, मेरे लाखों विद्यार्थियों की मन स्थिति ठीक रहे, कोई अफवाह, कोई झूठ, कोई तनाव उनको प्रभावित ना करे। इसलिए मैं इस सेक्टर के इंचार्ज के नाते मैं आज राजनीतिक भाषा नहीं बोलना चाहता। मेरे दायित्व है सभी की मन ठीक रहे, सबकी विश्वास बना रहे। देश एक डेमोक्रेटिक देश है, उसमें आस्था और विश्वास से देश चलती है और भरोसा रखिए अभी ये सरकार आप ही के हैं, आप ही के लिए प्रतिबद्ध समर्पित है। हम कोई कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे आपको सुरक्षित रखने के लिए, आपके मन को समझने के लिए।
Time for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है। I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है। वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई app store नहीं था। जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो Apple ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी। Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is। और आपको कोई भी latest app अगर यूज़ करनी होती है, Apple's got all the apps in their App Store। In fact काफ़ी apps तो ऐसी हैं जो सबसे पहले App Store पे आती हैं। For example, Instagram came onto the App Store first before it came to Android। लेकिन सोच के देखो कि 2007 में जो पहला आईफोन आया था, there was no app store. Guys, do you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by dropping in all your emails. You know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com. मैं देखता हूँ कि आखिर आपको ये फैक्ट पता है या नहीं, या फिर कुछ और अगर कहना है ना, you can just write your emails.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday.
Welcome back. News now from Jalgaon in Maharashtra, where a minor was raped and murdered. Post that incident, angry mob they targeted police station. This mob attacked a police station, and 6 policemen were injured in this particular incident. Now, disturbing videos showed one cop with a blood-stained uniform and a bloody handkerchief wrapped around his head in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. This especially after a mob bent on extracting vigilante justice laid siege to a police station late on Thursday night. Now, the protests followed the rape and murder of a minor girl last week. The cops, in fact, had arrested the accused and brought him to the Jamner police station, after which a restive crowd they gathered and they began demanding the accused to be handed over to them.
सर काय सांगाल जामनेरमध्ये मोठ्या प्रमाणावर दगडफेक झाली, जाळपोळ करण्यात आली, नक्की काय कारण होतं, काय घटना आहे, किती आरोपींना अटक केलेली आहे, कर्मचारी किती जखमी आहेत?
काही दिवसापूर्वी जामनेर पोलीस स्टेशनला एक घटना दाखल होती।
त्या घटनेतील आरोपी आपल्या पोलिसांनी आज त्याला ताब्यात घेतलेलं होतं. त्या कारणावरून बेकायदेशीर जमाव पोलीस स्टेशनसमोर जमलेला होता. तर त्यांना पोलिसांनी भरपूर समजावले की जे कायदेशीर कारवाई आहे ती होणार आहे, तुम्ही कायदा हातात घ्यायचे काय कारण नाही. परंतु त्यांनी काही न ऐकता पोलिसांवर दगडफेक केलेली आहे, पोलीस स्टेशनवर दगडफेक केलेली आहे आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 7 ते 8 पोलीस अंमलदार आपले जखमी झालेले आहेत. पोलीस स्टेशनचे जे अधिकारी आहेत ते जखमी झालेले आहेत. तात्काळ माननीय पोलीस अधीक्षक, अपर पोलीस अधीक्षक चाळीसगाव आणि इतर अधिकारी तात्काळ पोहोचून त्यांनी परिस्थिती नियंत्रणात आणलेली आहे आणि आता तिथं परिस्थिती शांततापूर्ण आहे. सर्व जे आरोपी आहेत संपूर्ण त्यांचे व्हिज्युअल पूर्ण डिटेल्स आमच्याकडे आहेत. त्याच्यातले कुणालाही आम्ही सोडणार नाही, प्रत्येकजण अरेस्ट होईल त्याच्यामधला.
Definitely, people have lost trust, not only in law and order, regarding Deputy CM also, which is handling the Home Department. Because the way he handled the Vasai case or the Pune case, the posh car case, there was a lot of interference of a political people, and even in this case, the accused got the security and everything, and so people definitely feel that they lost their trust in law and order. But I'll definitely give them assurance that we will fight for them. You need to be a little bit calm because we need not take the law in our hand, because that is not right also. But definitely government need to work on this. People don't have good feeling for them, and they don't trust government right now. That is the truth.
That's right. Things are less volatile. Things are peaceful at the moment. Of course, this incident happening last night. All this after a horrific incident where a minor child was allegedly kidnapped, raped and murdered by a man. He was arrested by the police. However, a large mob gathered outside the police station wanting the police to hand over the custody of this criminal to them. When the police refused, of course, the agitated mob started vandalizing the police station, pelted stones, torched vehicles there. So things did go out of control for some time last night. In fact, many police officials also injured in this incident. At least about 6 to 7 police officials are hospitalized at the moment. Their condition, of course, is out of danger. Police had to resort to minor lathi charge as well as the mob took law and order into their hands. At this point, CCTV footage is being scanned. All those who resorted to violence have been detained, and many more will be detained in the hours to come. So at this point, things are normal. Of course, this has also led to war of words between the government and the opposition. Opposition condemning the act and also pointing fingers at the government for this deteriorating law and order situation in Jalgaon. But at this point, things are peaceful. All those who resorted to violence have been arrested. And of course, the accused who allegedly raped and murdered the child has also been arrested and is in police custody.
Over 40 people belonging to Kallakurichi district in Tamil Nadu have died following consumption of illicit alcohol. Dozens more are being treated in the hospital. Police have arrested a suspected bootlegger and detained 2 others. Now, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, he has ordered a probe by a retired High Court judge. The opposition in the meanwhile, that is the AIA, DMK and the BJP, both have blamed the government for the failure, and the BJP has announced a statewide protest. Now, the opposition has demanded the resignation of Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, alleging collusion by cadre of the ruling DMK. They have also blamed the police and asked if there was an intelligence failure.
நடைபெற்ற சம்பவத்துக்கு முதலமைச்சர் பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும் என்று இங்கு பேசினார்கள். உள்துறை கவனிப்பவன் என்ற முறையில் மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர் என்ற முறையில் இந்த பிரச்சனையிலிருந்து நான் ஓடி ஒளிவப்பன் அல்ல, பொறுப்பை உணர்ந்ததற்காக தான் பொறுப்போடு பதிலளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். எடுத்த நடவடிக்கைகளையும் பட்டியலிட்டிருக்கிறேன். குற்றவாளிகளை கைது செய்துவிட்டு தான் உங்களுக்கு பதிலளித்திருக்கிறேன்.
கிட்டத்தட்ட 146 பேர் இதுவரை இந்த கள்ளச்சாராயம் குடித்து பாதிக்கப்பட்டதாகவும் அதில் 50 பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாகவும் எஞ்சியவர்கள் தற்போது மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருவதாகவும் அதுவும் பாண்டிச்சேரி ஜிப்மர் மருத்துவமனையில் 16 பேர் கவலைக்கிடமாக இருப்பதாகவும் சேலத்தில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகிறவர்கள் பல பேருக்கு கண் தெரியவில்லை என்றும் செய்திகள் வந்துள்ளன. ஆக இதையெல்லாம் சட்டமன்றத்திலே பேச வேண்டும் என்று பேரவைத் தலைவரிடத்திலே அனுமதி கேட்டோம். பேரவைத் தலைவர் அனுமதி மறுத்துவிட்டார். இது நெஞ்சை பதற வைக்கின்ற சம்பவம், நாட்டையே உலுக்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சம்பவம், மக்கள் கொதித்து போயிருக்கின்ற இந்த சம்பவம் குறித்து கூட சட்டமன்றத்தில் பேசுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பளிக்கவில்லை என்றால் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதற்கே அர்த்தமில்லாமல் போய்விடும்.
Last year in Viluppuram district and Kanjipuram district 29 people died due to this illicit arak, and that time Chief Minister Mr Stalin had said that we will eradicate this illicit arak culture itself with an iron hand and iron fist, all the dialogue he was doing. This time it happened in Kallakurichi, and here you have this hills called Kalvarayan Hills, where the tribals, they have been preparing this illicit arak for the last 40 years, and everybody knows that. They have been protected by the DMK's MLA. He is a 5-time MLA. For him, he's got 30,000 votes in the hills, and he protects them. And we have another one MLA from DMK who protects the suppliers. This guy protects the manufacturers, illicit arakers, distillers.
And my colleague Sam Daniel, he in fact spoke to the chief of the panel probing the Hooch tragedy. Let's listen into what he had to say.
Justice, can you tell us the terms of reference now?
என்கொயரி தான், preliminary என்கொயரி தான். இதை வச்சு டிசைட் பண்ணி எதுவும் சொல்லிட முடியாது. எதையும்
What's the terms of reference you're looking at, Justice?
எந்த ரெஃபரன்ஸும் இப்போ இது பண்ண முடியாது சார். எனக்கு கொடுத்த அசைன்மெண்ட்டை பிகின் பண்ணியிருக்கேன், அவ்வளோதான். பிகின் பண்ணி
We will speak to all affected people.
we will enquire சார். we will enquire.
What's the terms of reference you're looking at, sir?
சார் டேர்ம்ஸ்னா என்ன சொல்லணுன்றீங்க? அவங்க என்ன 4 டேர்ம்ஸ் சொல்லியிருக்காங்களோ அதை பேஸ் பண்ணி தான் ரெஃபரன்ஸை அவங்க ரெஃபர் பண்ணிக்கிறத பொறுத்து தான் நான் பண்ண போகிறேன். மற்றபடி இப்போ ப்ரிலிமினரியில் எதுவும் சொல்ல
preliminary findings, sir?
ஃபைண்டிங்ஸ் தான் ஒன்றும் சொல்ல முடியாது சார். இன்னும் நிறைய பண்ணணும். இன் கோர்ஸ் ஆஃப் டைம் வி ஹாவ் டு என்கொயர் இன் டெப்த். அது முடிச்ச படம் தான் நான் எதுவும் சொல்ல முடியும். இப்போ ப்ரெஸ் மீட் எதுவும் கிடையாது.
In fact, Sam Daniel, who has been continuously tracking this story on the ground, he spoke to V. Murugan, who lost 4 family members, including his father, in this illicit liquor tragedy. Let's listen in to that conversation.
We come to you from the exact location where one of the suspects arrested in the illicit liquor tragedy in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi district used to sell illicit liquor at the backyard of his house. We come to you from Karunapuram village. With me, Murugan. He lost 4 members in his family, including his father, 55-year-old Vijayan. Both of them are load men. I'm very sorry about the loss. இது எப்படி நடந்துச்சு?
அதானா மலன் நல்லா இருந்தார். உடனே என்ன பண்ணார், மயக்கம் வருது, கண்ணு தெரியலப்பா, மஞ்சளாக வருது, ஒன்றும் இதுவும் இல்லை. அப்புறம் போய் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்ததுக்கு டாக்டர் சாராயம் குடிச்சு தான் அப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு.
இங்கே தான் குடிச்சாரா?
இங்கே தான் இந்த இடம் தான்.
Right. He says his father, after consuming illicit liquor, suffered problems with his vision, and then when they rushed him to the hospital, doctors confirmed that it's because of illicit liquor. What would happen here every day?
டெய்லியும் கரெக்டாக 3 மணி 4 மணி ஆரம்பிச்சிடும் சார். 20-30 பேர்த்துக்கு மேலே லைனாக வருவாங்க. காசு இல்லைனாலும் சரி குடி நாளைக்கு கொடு. நாங்களும் நிறைய டைம் நாங்கள் சண்டைக்கும் வந்து பார்த்துட்டோம். கேட்டதுக்கு டேய் எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாமூல் போகுது, காசு நாங்கள் தரோம், நீ ஏன்டா போலீஸுக்கே மாமூல் போகுது, நீங்கள் ஏன்டா கேட்குறீங்க சார்? இதாக இருக்குது சார் பக்கத்தில் ஸ்டேஷன். 24 போலீஸ் வருவாங்க. வக்கீல் வீடு எல்லாமே லைனாக, வேறு எங்கேயும் இல்லை, எல்லாம் லைனாக சுற்றி தான் இருக்குது. இங்கே இந்த தெருவில் மட்டும் 5 வக்கீல் இருக்காங்க. வக்கீல் நினச்சா கேஸும் போடலாம். போலீஸு 2 பேர் இருக்காங்க இந்த தெருவில்.
He says the sale of illicit liquor would begin every morning as early as 3 or 4, and people would flock here to buy. Even if they don't have money, this man used to offer them on credit, and the police station is nearby. Police would come here on their daily rounds, but nobody would stop this. And the guy who sold the illicit liquor, he used to challenge them, do what you can, I will continue to sell. Do you think there's political patronage? Do you think the police knew about this?
எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுதாங்க நடக்குது. இப்போ நாங்களும் நிறைய டைம் நாங்களும் சொல்லி பார்த்துட்டோம். நாங்கள் போய் பேசினா எங்கள்கிட்ட சண்டைக்கு வராங்க. கேட்டதுக்கு எல்லாம் மாமூல் தான் தராங்க. போலீஸ்கிட்ட கேஸும் நிறைய பேர் கேஸும் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அதெல்லாம் எது நடவடிக்கை?
Police were taken care of. Police used to be paid for turning a blind eye towards this. As early as he was a boy, he says this has been happening in this village. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin says he is sad and pained, and he has assured people that he would crack this down with an iron hand. But the opposition says this is too little, too late, and that he has...
ஸ்டாலின் போட்டால் தான் அவங்க வீட்டு வாசல்லே
கட்சிக்காரங்களா?
ஸ்டாலின் போட்டால் தான் விட்டுருக்கு.
அவங்க கட்சிக்காரங்களா?
எல்லாமே ஒரே இதுதாங்க, கட்சி தான்.
திமுக கட்சி.
ஆமாங்க. அது பாரு முன்னாடி வீட்டு வாசலில்
யார் பேர்? அவர் பேர்?
அவர் பேர் கண்ணுக்குட்டி.
One of the suspects arrested, Kannukutti, he says is a DMK man, and the house also has pictures of DMK chief and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin put up there. The DMK is yet to respond to this, but certainly many tough questions. The government has suspended the SP, transferred the collector, transferred the ADGP enforcement, and has also formed a one-man commission to probe and give recommendations to the government. The big question, would lessons be learned, and would those responsible for the loss of more than 40 lives be brought to justice? At Karunapuram village in Kallakurichi district of Tamil Nadu, with Suresh, Sam Daniel.
Well, time for a very short break. More news on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, she is in India on a visit. India and Bangladesh will be bilateral talks will be taking place, and that is going to be in focus as far as this visit is concerned. Sheikh Hasina, remember, is on a 2-day India visit as of now. Saurabh Gupta is there with us to get us more details. Saurabh, you know, the government has maintained a neighbor-friendly policy, and it has been reflected during multiple instances, including the swearing-in ceremony of Prime Minister Modi. Now that the Bangladesh Prime Minister is here, how significant is this particular visit?
Well, you know, the significance is not lost on anyone, because after the new government took charge in India and Prime Minister Modi's election victory, this is the first visit by a bilateral leader who, of course, is visiting New Delhi. And this is, of course, the Prime Minister of Bangladesh. Now, there is also another common factor between the two leaders, that both of them have fought elections this year and have won elections in their respective countries. Now, to take the bilateral agenda forward, that is something that we could see discussions on. Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar will meet Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina this evening. There are also meetings lined up with President Draupadi Murmu and meetings with Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar, along with, of course, meetings with Prime Minister Narendra Modi that will take place at Hyderabad House, is what we are being given to understand. And I beg your pardon, there could be, of course, bilateral agreements that could be, and MOUs that could be signed. There is a possibility of those being declared once these meetings take place. And also, this is, of course, very important given that it is a state visit after, the India elections in India ended, and the first, leader of government to arrive in India for bilateral visit and a state visit is none other than the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina. So the importance, of course, to these ties, there is cooperation in multiple sectors, ports, energy, communication, rail networks, all of these are important sectors where India and Bangladesh can definitely improve the level of cooperation. In fact, when we visited Bangladesh for the elections, to cover the elections earlier this year, one of the things that came out was that this is a relationship that can really go to another level, and it's been held back for whatever reasons. But this, of course, would be another boost to this unique relationship. We share a long border, and perhaps rail links, ports, all of these power sectors are things that you will see also that will be on the focus as these two leaders meet, the heads of governments of India and Bangladesh also meeting in this bilateral visit, a very important visit by Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina to India.
All right, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Moving on, Herbalife, a premium health and wellness company, has been changing people's lifestyle with science-backed products since 1980s. Now today, Dr. Parag Singhal, a leading consultant physician and endocrinologist, has been appointed as the Global Nutrition Advisory Board representing India. In a conversation with NDTV, Dr. Parag says that messaging to the youth struggling with problems like obesity should be simple, right composition at the right time is the message. Let's listen in.
Joining us now is Dr. Parag Singhal, who in fact has been appointed to the Global Nutrition Advisory Board of Herbalife. First of all, congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
And my first question to you is if you can explain to us about your role in Herbalife.
Yeah, so thank you very much. My role within the company is to simplify the science behind the argument of healthy life and healthy eating, and also promote the culture of safety and quality.
So I also want to ask you that if we talk about Herbalife, you're talking about the quality, you're talking about the lifestyle, but there are other companies as well who in fact, say the same line to all the customers that we are here to change your lifestyle. So how does Herbalife stands out?
Yeah, so I think one has to look at the track record of the company or different companies. One has to look at the processes company employs for internal assurance and what is the external assurance process. Only then one can be assured of the quality and safety of the product.
So you're a person who believes in research. So I'll first of all ask you this, because if we talk about changing the lifestyle, it is a youth who's a lot interested in that. But the problem is that they do not know where to start. And if you look at social media, it only confuses one. There is something that you should eat. You should not eat white rice. Some saying that you should not eat brown rice. Some saying that you should not eat white bread. Some saying that brown bread is just as unhealthy. So what is your suggestion to that youth?
So yeah, you're absolutely right. There are mixed messages out in social media and in public domain. But I think this is what the role of advisory body is, to simplify, first of all, understand the science so that people can talk about that. So let me just briefly explain how diabetes is becoming a real problem in a country like India, how obesity is becoming a problem in India, and that's for two reasons. One is our genes are stacked against us. Second, our carbohydrate intake is very high compared to our protein intake. So we have got relatively low muscle mass and high fat. So what we have to do is simplify that how we can have a balanced diet with less carbohydrate, little bit more protein, and the second thing is about quantity. It is not about anything else. The overall calorie intake has to be slightly less than our consumption.
So also, sir, I want to ask you, if we talk about suggestions, your suggestions certainly, there are people, who are just starting out and they are looking at social media. There are a lot of things that that is very much hyped up on social media. Number one, if we talk about diets like keto diet, if we talk about intermittent fasting, now these things certainly makes this process a very complex one. So what is your suggestion there, and certainly what is your take on all of these things like keto diet and intermittent fasting that are very much hyped up in today's time?
I think this is where the role of agencies, especially government, comes in. The messaging has to be very simple. There are two essential factors in the diet. One is composition of the diet, having balanced diet with nutrition, and second is the quantity of the diet. And if that message is simple, then public will find it easy to absorb the message and follow it. You're absolutely right. There are so many versions of diets available in the public domain. It is very confusing. I personally don't subscribe to that. My submission is simply right composition, right amount, and we will lose weight.
You said right composition and right amount. But if we talk about people who are, today what we call fitness freaks, very much into fitness, and they boast about, eating only high protein diets. So how do you see that diet, sir?
Yeah, I think that's also I've heard, and I suspect largely that information is coming from gym, media, trainers, and it's not about building muscles. They are trying to become bodybuilders. Our message is not about that. Our message is eating healthy life, living healthy lifestyle, eating healthily, and one starts losing weight and one starts preventing damage to your body.
So my last question to you is that we here in India are big time foodies. I mean, I'm pretty sure you are also one. So when it comes to, if you're changing of lifestyle, you're bringing a product that is good, sir, but what options are you giving us to the big time foodies in terms of flavors?
So as I understand, US and Europe only have got two flavors. One is chocolate and vanilla. But to suit the Indian palate and to make it more attractive, the company has come out with many flavors: kulfi, mango, rose kheer, pan. So yeah, this is quite exciting, and this is what Indian public wants.
So which is the flavor that you recommend to the people?
So I have tried different flavors, and the best one, which is my own combination of kulfi and mango.
So we expect that will also be coming out in a box soon?
Hope so.
So certainly, we were talking to Dr. Parag Singhal, who was certainly saying that there are a lot of options to choose from for all those people who are looking to switch their lifestyle with Herbalife. Now with camera person Sachin Gupta, this is Ishika Verma for NDTV.
And NDTV's Vishal Vivek, he spoke to the US House Foreign Affairs Committee Chief Michael McCaul, who is part of the congressional delegation from the United States. Let's listen in to that conversation.
We have with us Senator McCaul. He was the leader of the delegation that visited India to meet the Dalai Lama. We will ask him a few questions. Do you think the visit was successful, Mr. McCaul?
I think it was a great success in terms of the Tibetan people in Dharmashala who welcomed us with very warm hearts. It was a great sign, a showing of support from the American people to Tibetans. Even though their land has been taken by Communist China, their spirit still survives. And our meeting with the Dalai Lama was very strong, very positive.
So what is your message to China now that you must have heard they have commented on your visit? What is your message to them?
My message is do not destroy the culture of these people, their religion, their culture, who they are. Every people and country have the right to self-determination. So the bill that we passed in Congress basically says it's the policy of the United States to let the people of Tibet determine their fate and their future. And I think that's very important.
In extension of that comment that you just made, do you think there's hope for Tibetan people?
I do. I know the Dalai Lama believes that he can negotiate with the Chinese Communist Party. I have some reservations about that. But I think our trip obviously got on the CCP's radar to send a strong message that the United States stands with the people of Tibet. in this issue, and that Tibet has never been a part of China, and that's just a lie. I mean, Tibet's never been a part of China. I think the CCP once sends the disinformation, which is in our bill as well, to appoint a representative to deal with the disinformation that spread the lie that Tibet was never an independent nation, which it has been.
Since it was a bipartisan visit, how do you think both the parties got together on this contentious topic?
This is a hugely popular issue in the United States Congress. It passed bipartisan, unanimously out of committee, unanimously on the House floor and Senate, and the president's going to get ready to sign it. So I think this sends a really one voice with one nation, the United States of America, behind the people of Tibet. We heard from these two young women who escaped the Chinese prisons that they were put in because they were simply trying to flee the oppression in Tibet. It was a very strong and powerful story about the abuses by the Chinese Communist Party, whether it's the Uyghur Muslims or the Tibetans. Human rights are very important to the people of the United States, and that's why we stand with Tibet.
Thanks a lot for speaking with us, Mr. McCall.
Thank you.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ए आयो बात पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our big news break at 6 o'clock this evening. Well, the TMC and the Congress in a new regrouping. Well, Mamata Banerjee is set to campaign for Priyanka Gandhi as she takes a pole plunge from Wayanad. We'll get you all the details on that. But first up, the headlines. A setback for Arvind Kejriwal after the ED's appeal. The Delhi High Court stays his bail. The next hearing on Tuesday, the 25th of June, Kejriwal to stay in jail for the next 4 days. And row over the new temporary speaker appointed by the BJP. The Congress claims an SC leader was ignored, who was the senior most leader and the member of parliament. The Parliamentary Affairs Minister sidesteps the criticism, says no rules were flouted. And the opposition takes to the streets, targeting the centre over the Neet mess. The Congress holds a nationwide protest with the grace marks now nixed. A re-examination process for over 1,500 aspirants now begins. The testing body issues admit cards to over 1,500 students. A 6-year-old raped and murdered in Maharashtra's Jalgaon. The outrage over the minor girl's rape in Maharashtra. This is a mob attacks the police station, several cops injured. Over 45 people dead in the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy. The opposition demands Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's resignation. He says, "I'm not running away." This as victims narrate their horror stories on NDTV. Our lead story this evening, the row over the pro-tem speaker appointed by the BJP. Remember, Cuttack MP Bhartrihari Mehtab has been appointed as a temporary speaker by the BJP. Remember, he will be administering the oath of office for all the newly elected members of parliament. And now a full-blown political war over it, with the opposition, particularly the Congress, saying that the senior-most leader, who of course comes from the SC community, has been ignored by the BJP. The BJP, of course, has conceded to the fact that he is not the senior-most leader. Mr. Mehtab, however, is a 7-term MP. Remember, he was an MP from the BJD. Soon before the elections, he switched over to the BJP. Now, the new Parliamentary Affairs Minister, Mr. Kiran Rijiju, has said that this controversy is something that's absolutely unwarranted, and that the Congress is creating a political row before the House convenes for the budget session. Take a look.
ये सिंपल सा एक प्रोसीजरल एस्पेक्ट को लेकर के एक प्रो-टेम स्पीकर जो ओथ देने के लिए बनाया जाता है, और ये कस्टमरी है, ये कन्वेंशन है, इसको लेकर के 2 दिन से पॉलिटिक्स किया जा रहा है। ये मैं दंग रह गया। कंज्यूकेटिव लॉन्गेस्ट जो सर्व करते हैं, परंपरागत उसको बनाने का सिस्टम है, उसको हम लोगों ने एडॉप्ट किया। यहाँ कोई सिस्टम का उल्लंघन का उसी को लगेगा जिन्होंने सिस्टम और या उसका रूल नहीं पढ़ा है।
And our senior colleague Prashant is now joining us live. So Prashant, the full-blown political war over the pro-tem speaker, but this gives us an indication that the BJP will be negotiating and taking decisions from a position of strength, because the BJP clearly has sidestepped the entire criticism that he is not the senior-most member of parliament and that a Dalit leader has been ignored, but also gives us a sense of how the BJP will maneuver as far as the speaker's post is concerned as well.
Well, Vedanta, as you rightly said, just even before the parliament session, the first parliament session of the 18th Lok Sabha begins. This is a full-blown, war of words between the government and the opposition parties. And the first issue is the appointment of pro-tem speaker. Now, Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has hit back at the Congress party, which alleged yesterday that K. Suresh is not only the senior-most member of parliament in the current Lok Sabha, the new Lok Sabha, he also belongs to the Dalit community. Now, Kiran Rijiju has, given out a list of other members who were ignored despite being the senior-most members in the past. And he gave the example of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, George Fernandes, and many other leaders who were ignored for being chosen as the pro-tem speaker, despite being the senior-most member. Apart from that, he also cited the Westminster model of Britain, which is being followed in India also. And Bhartrihari Mehtab, who has been appointed as pro-tem speaker, he is the 7th-time member of parliament, and while K. Suresh is the 8th-time member of parliament, but Bhartrihari has been 7th-time member of parliament consecutively, while K. Suresh had a break in 1999. So, according to tradition, the member who is consecutively holding this post of member of parliament for the most number of times, he is normally chosen as the pro-tem speaker. So, as you rightly said, this gives us a signal of what lies ahead when the parliament session begins on coming Monday. While this is a very short session and this is meant for a very specific purpose, for administering oath to the member of parliament and the election of speaker, apart from the address by the president to the both houses of parliament. But that gives us a signal of what lies ahead in the coming days and weeks.
Prashant, thanks very much for joining us with the latest steps. The BJP clearly indicating that they've, followed protocol, and it was as per precedent that Mr. Mehtab has been appointed the pro-tem speaker now. But of course, the Congress and the opposition saying that the BJP is already flouting norms much before the first session has convened. All right, breaking news coming in. Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, as per sources, is set to campaign for Priyanka Gandhi as she is now taking the poll plunge from Wayanad. her brother's constituency. But this is very interesting politically as well, because remember, Mamata Banerjee had really hit out at the Congress throughout her campaign for the Lok Sabha polls, and in fact the India alliance couldn't sort of go through as far as Bengal is concerned. But finally Mamata Banerjee now sort of coming out and saying that she will be campaigning for Priyanka Gandhi. This is what the indication from sources is. Our senior colleague Sunil Prabhu is now live with us. So Sunil sir, very interesting that your sources have told you that Mamata Banerjee will be campaigning for Priyanka Gandhi in Wayanad. So interesting that a sort of a regrouping for the India bloc after a mandate in their, what many would say is in their favor.
Well, what's actually happened is that Mamata Banerjee has actually given her indication and her inclination towards helping Priyanka Gandhi Vadra. She will be contesting against the left candidate. The left front LDF will be putting up a candidate, whether it's Aini Raja or who they put from the CPI. We'll have to wait and see. But Mamata Banerjee has conveyed that she is extremely happy that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra is contesting, and that she is ready to campaign for her in Wayanad. Having said that, because she is also principally opposed to the left parties in her state. Having said that, she is also was one of the first actually in the India meeting to say that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra should be put up against Prime Minister Modi in Varanasi. And of course, that was ultimately didn't happen. And Rahul Gandhi himself had said a few days back that we wanted Priyanka Gandhi, if she had agreed, he would have really been a tough contest in Varanasi. So having said that, she's also talked about greater India, with the India parties, greater coordination to take up federal issues, has talked about, the deferment of the criminal law bill, which is going to affect states as well as various stakeholders, wants further consultation to be taking place because the modus operandi for many across the country are not yet ready. Courts as well as the police stations as well as others have still to be prepared for the fallout, and these are some of the issues that they want to have greater cooperation within the India parties. But definitely, as you point out, it's a big reach out to the Congress after the episode of Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, who has now offered to resign. There's a state fact-finding commission which will go into it.
Yes.
Mamata Banerjee had all along said very categorically that she would only give 2 seats to the Congress, which they didn't agree to do.
Thanks so very much for joining us with that. So Mamata Banerjee's olive branch, in a sense, to the Congress after the mandate. But moving now to the other big headline this evening, where a setback for Arvind Kejriwal as the Delhi High Court has now extended the stay on his release. This after the Enforcement Directorate appealed. In fact, it challenged the lower court's order in the Delhi High Court, saying that its case file was not studied by the lower court and the bail is not justified. But what I'm being told is a senior minister of the National Capital, Saurabh Bhardwaj, is currently addressing a press conference. Let's dip in.
कि ट्रायल कोर्ट्स फैसले लेना शुरू करें, क्योंकि ईडी और सीबीआई के मामले में, खास तौर पे पीएमएलए के मामले में देखा जा रहा है कि ट्रायल कोर्ट में कोई राहत नहीं मिल रही, हाई कोर्ट में कोई राहत नहीं मिल रही। हर राहत के लिए आपको देश की सबसे ऊंची अदालत सुप्रीम कोर्ट में जाना पड़ रहा है। आगे क्या कहा इस जजमेंट में वो बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। जज साहिबा ने कहा कि जब मैंने ईडी से पूछा कि आप कह रहे हैं 40 करोड़ का तो खर्चा गोवा के इलेक्शन में कर दिया, बाकी 60 करोड़ का कहां खर्चा हुआ, तो ईडी ने कहा हम इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं। कोर्ट ने पूछा कब तक कर लेंगे, तो कोई समय नहीं है। तो आप इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते रहेंगे तो क्या हमेशा जब तक आपकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन चलेगी अरविंद केजरीवाल जेल में रहेंगे? ये तो कोई कानून नहीं है। आगे उन्होंने कहा ये 100 करोड़ रुपए के बारे में भी जो कहा जा रहा है कि इसमें 40 करोड़ के बारे में, 100 में से 40 करोड़ रुपए गुजरात गोवा के इलेक्शन में खर्च हो गए हैं, इसका भी कोई सबूत ईडी कोर्ट के सामने नहीं रख पाई है। ये बात ऑर्डर के अंदर आई है, यानी कि कोई सबूत ईडी कोर्ट के सामने नहीं रख पा रही। आगे जिस बात के बारे में बार बार अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है कि कोई सबूत नहीं है, सिर्फ कुछ आरोपियों को लालच देके, डरा धमका के, जेल का डर दिखा के, उनकी गवाहियों को बदलवा के अरविंद केजरीवाल को फंसाया गया है। वो बात कोर्ट में भी कही गई। कोर्ट ने क्या कहा आप सुनिए। कोर्ट ने कहा, an important submission has been made by the learned ASG during the arguments on behalf of ED, whereby making submissions in respect of the credibility of approvers that, quote किया है, investigation is an art. Sometimes one accused is given a lollipop of bail and pardon and induced with some assurance to make them tell the story behind the offense. आगे कोर्ट कहती है, the court has to take a pause to consider this argument, which is not a portable submission that investigation is an art, because if it is so, then any person can be implicated and put behind bars by artistically procuring the material against him after artistically avoiding and withdrawing exculpatory material on record. This very scenario constrains the court to draw an inference against the investigating agency that it is not acting without bias. ये बहुत बड़ी और डैमेजिंग स्टेटमेंट है देश की सबसे बड़ी एजेंसी ईडी के बारे में। क्या कहा कोर्ट ने? ईडी का वकील कोर्ट में कह रहा है कि साहब, हमको किसी से गवाही लेनी है तो उसको कोई लॉलीपॉप तो देनी पड़ेगी।
All right, so Saurabh Bhardwaj there after the Delhi High Court extended the stay on Arvind Kejriwal's release. A setback for the Aam Aadmi Party, of course. Massive celebrations, I can tell you, were also planned by the Aam Aadmi Party tonight. In fact, Sunita Kejriwal was expected to go to Tihar jail as well. So a big setback there for the Aam Aadmi Party, and given the fact that the Delhi High Court multiple times in the past as well has rejected bail to Arvind Kejriwal, the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, looking at ways to challenge this legally as well. But the next hearing is next week. Moving now to the other big headline, well, the massive controversy over the Neet exam mess. And today the Congress, in fact, took to the streets across cities. The Congress protested in Chandigarh, Lucknow, Jaipur and several other cities as well. The Congress, of course, demands a Supreme Court-monitored probe apart from a CBI investigation into the alleged paper leak. There you can see those dramatic visuals coming in from various parts of the country. In fact, there was a confrontation and standoff between the police and Congress workers in various parts of the country as well.
भाई जो लोग मेरा नाम घसीटना चाहते हैं, मेरे पीए का घसीटना चाहते हैं, इससे कोई फ़ायदा होने वाला नहीं है। ये लोग जो किंगपिंग जो है पेपर लीक के, उन लोगों से इशू को डाइवर्ट करना चाहते हैं। जो अमित आनंद है, जो आपका नीतीश कुमार है, ये कौन लोग हैं? इनको क्यों बचाना चाहते हैं ये लोग? क्यों ये लोग जो है डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं इशू को?
हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिल करके निर्णय लिए हैं कि बिहार के अंदर ये माफिया राज को खत्म करना, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को बहाल करना। आज इसके माध्यम से जो हमारे साइट पर, खनन के साइट पर हत्याएं होती है, गोलियों की बारिश होती है, अवैध खनन के लिए गैंगवार लड़ाई होती है, वो सब भी कैद होंगे और दिखाई पड़ेंगे।
And with that, we'll take a short break now. But on the other side, the latest on the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Amity. Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the
Welcome back. The latest on the Hooch tragedy in Tamil Nadu. Well, 51 people have died in this absolutely horrific tragedy in Tamil Nadu. In fact, a political war of words over this as well. This is the opposition, including both the AIADMK and the BJP, demanding Chief Minister MK Stalin's resignation. In fact, he also spoke to the media today. He said that he is not running away. Of course, this as their protests also on the ground, and the BJP had announced a statewide protest over these deaths. 64 people are still being treated in hospitals, and the victims narrate their horror stories on NDTV. In fact, they say that some of them have in fact even lost their entire families in this absolutely horrific tragedy. My colleague Sam Daniel is now joining us live on the phone line. So Sam, the death toll has risen to 51. In fact, you've been speaking to a lot of victims, and the kind of stories they've narrated absolutely horrific.
That's right, Vedant. Death count has crossed 50. It's at the moment 51. And in terms of those being treated in hospitals, it stands at 64. And the one-man inquiry commission headed by retired Justice Gokul Das, he has also begun his inquiry. In terms of the government action, besides the suspension of the SP and transfer of the collector and the ADGP in charge of enforcement, the Tamil Nadu government is also holding talks with collectors as part of the following this particular tragedy. And local people are demanding two things. One, justice for the people who have lost their lives. Secondly, they also demand closure of liquor shops. The demand for total prohibition is once again gaining momentum following this tragedy. And people from Karunapuram village, from where at least 30 people of the 51 have lost their lives, they say for a long time liquor, illicit liquor, was available freely at the backyard of one of the alleged bootleggers who has now been arrested. And they say this has been happening with the full knowledge of the police, because the police station is very close by. Police used to come there for rounds, but the man who sold illicit liquor has been challenging that come what may, I will continue to sell because we have been taking care of the police. This indicates, or this leads to a very strong suspicion among the people that the police were in the know of things, and there was a strong collusion between the enforcement agencies and these bootleggers.
Right.
Remember, this is the second time in the last 2 years. In last year, in a similar tragedy in another part of Tamil Nadu, 22 people had lost their lives, and now people are asking whether any lessons were learned. In the Assembly, Chief Minister MK Stalin, who's also facing demands from the opposition, particularly the AIADMK, seeking his resignation, had listed the steps being taken both in terms of action against officials for lapses and also in terms of those who are responsible for selling illicit liquor.
Sam, thanks very much for joining us with that update there. So the death toll has crossed the 50 mark. In fact, Sam earlier spoke to one of the victims of the tragedy as well. In fact, he has lost 4 members of his family. Take a look.
We come to you from the exact location where one of the suspects arrested in the illicit liquor tragedy in Tamil Nadu's Kallakurichi district used to sell illicit liquor at the backyard of his house. We come to you from Karunapuram village. With me, Murugan. He lost 4 members in his family, including his father, 55-year-old Vijayan. Both of them are load men. I'm very sorry about the loss. இது எப்படி நடந்துச்சு?
நல்லா இருந்தார். உடனே என்ன பண்ணார், மயக்கம் வருது, கண்ணு தெரியலப்பா, மஞ்சளாக வருது, ஒன்றும் இதுவும் ஆகல. அப்புறம் போய் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்ததுக்கு டாக்டர் சாராயம் குடிச்சு தான் அப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு.
இங்கே தான் குடிச்சாரா?
இங்கே தான், இந்த இடம் தான்.
Right. He says his father, after consuming illicit liquor, suffered problems with his vision, and then when they rushed him to the hospital, doctors confirmed that it's because of illicit liquor. What would happen here every day?
டெய்லியும் கரெக்டாக 3 மணி 4 மணி ஆரம்பிச்சிடும் சார். 20-30 பேர்த்துக்கு மேலே லைனாக வருவாங்க. காசு இல்லைனாலும் சரி குடி, நாளைக்கு கொடு. நாங்களும் நிறைய டைம் நாங்கள் சண்டைக்கும் வந்து பார்த்துட்டோம். கேட்டதுக்கு டேய் எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாமூல் போகுது, காசு நாங்கள் தரோம், நீ ஏன்டா போலீஸுக்கே மாமூல் போகுது, நீங்கள் ஏன்டா கேட்குறீங்க சார்? இதாக இருக்குது சார் பக்கத்தில் ஸ்டேஷன். 24 போலீஸ் வருவாங்க. வக்கீல் வீடு எல்லாமே லைனாக, வேறு எங்கேயும் இல்லை, எல்லாம் லைனாக சுற்றி தான் இருக்குது. இங்கே இந்த தெருவில் மட்டும் 5 வக்கீல் இருக்காங்க. வக்கீல் நினச்சா கேஸும் போடலாம். போலீஸு 2 பேர் இருக்காங்க இந்த தெருவில்.
He says the sale of illicit liquor would begin every morning as early as 3 or 4, and people would flock here to buy. Even if they don't have money, this man used to offer them on credit, and the police station is nearby. Police would come here on their daily rounds, but nobody would stop this. And the guy who sold the illicit liquor, he used to challenge them, do what you can, I will continue to sell. Do you think there's political patronage? Do you think the police knew about this?
எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சுதாங்க நடக்குது. இப்போ நாங்களும் நிறைய டைம் நாங்களும் சொல்லி பார்த்துட்டோம். நாங்கள் இப்போ பேசினா எங்கள்கிட்ட சண்டைக்கு வராங்க. கேட்டதுக்கு எல்லாம் மாமூలు தான் தராங்க. போலீஸ்கிட்ட கேஸு நிறைய பேர் கேஸும் கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அதெல்லாம் எது நடவடிக்கை?
Police were taken care of. Police used to be paid for turning a blind eye towards this. As early as he was a boy, he says this has been happening in this village. Chief Minister M.K. Stalin says he is sad and pained, and he has assured people that he would crack this down with an iron hand. But the opposition says this is too little, too late, and that he has. எதுங்கயா?
ஸ்டாலின் போட்டால் தான் அவங்க வீட்டு வாசல்லே.
கட்சிக்காரங்களா?
ஸ்டாலின் போட்டால் தான் விட்டுருக்கு.
அவங்க கட்சிக்காரங்களா?
எல்லாமே ஒரே இதுதாங்க, கட்சி தான்.
திமுக கட்சி.
ஆமாங்க. அது பாரு முன்னாடி வீட்டு வாசலில்.
யார் பேர்? அவர் பேர்?
அவர் பேர் கண்ணுக்குட்டி.
One of the suspects arrested, Kannakutti, he says is a DMK man, and the house also has pictures of DMK chief and Chief Minister M.K. Stalin put up there. The DMK is yet to respond to this, but certainly many tough questions. The government has suspended the SP, transferred the collector, transferred the ADGP enforcement, and has also formed a one-man commission to probe and give recommendations to the government. The big question, would lessons be learned, and would those responsible for the loss of more than 40 lives be brought to justice? At Karunapuram village in Kallakurichi district of Tamil Nadu with Suresh, Sam Daniel.
So too little, too late is what the victims say, but take a look also at all the political reactions that have come in.
நடைபெற்ற சம்பவத்துக்கு முதலமைச்சர் பொறுப்பேற்க வேண்டும் என்று இங்கு பேசினார்கள். உள்துறை கவனிப்பவன் என்ற முறையில் மட்டுமல்ல, தமிழ்நாட்டின் முதலமைச்சர் என்ற முறையில் இந்த பிரச்சனையிலிருந்து நான் ஓடி ஒளிவப்பன் அல்ல, பொறுப்பை உணர்ந்ததற்காக தான் பொறுப்போடு பதிலளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிறேன். எடுத்த நடவடிக்கைகளையும் பட்டியலிட்டிருக்கிறேன். குற்றவாளிகளை கைது செய்துவிட்டு தான் உங்களுக்கு பதிலளித்திருக்கிறேன்.
கிட்டத்தட்ட 146 பேர் இதுவரை இந்த கள்ளச்சாராயம் குடித்து பாதிக்கப்பட்டதாகவும், அதில் 50 பேர் இறந்துள்ளதாகவும், எஞ்சியவர்கள் தற்போது மருத்துவமனையில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருவதாகவும், அதுவும் பாண்டிச்சேரி ஜிப்மர் மருத்துவமனையில் 16 பேர் கவலைக்கிடமாக இருப்பதாகவும், சேலத்தில் சிகிச்சை பெற்று வருகிறவர்கள் பல பேருக்கு கண் தெரியவில்லை என்றும் செய்திகள் வந்துள்ளன. ஆக இதையெல்லாம் சட்டமன்றத்திலே பேச வேண்டும் என்று பேரவைத் தலைவரிடத்திலே அனுமதி கேட்டோம். பேரவைத் தலைவர் அனுமதி மறுத்துவிட்டார். இது நெஞ்சை பதற வைக்கின்ற சம்பவம், நாட்டையே உலுக்கிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்ற சம்பவம், மக்கள் கொதித்து போயிருக்கின்ற இந்த சம்பவம் குறித்து கூட சட்டமன்றத்தில் பேசுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பளிக்கவில்லை என்றால் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதற்கே அர்த்தமில்லாமல் போய்விடும்.
It's an absolutely horrific tragedy there. Who really takes accountability? Where does the buck stop? With that, we'll take a short break now. Come back for more on the other side.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है, तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई app store नहीं था. जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो Apple ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी. Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is. और आपको कोई भी latest app अगर use करनी होती है, Apple's got all the apps in their App Store. In fact काफ़ी apps तो ऐसी हैं जो सबसे पहले App Store पे आती हैं. For example, Instagram came onto the App Store first before it came to Android. लेकिन सोच के देखो कि 2007 में जब पहला आईफोन आया था, there was no app store. Guys, do you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by dropping in all your
Hello and welcome to India Sense, NDTV's premier international show. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. India Sense is your one-stop guide and destination for news and views from the world of global politics, economics, and the buzzing world of technology, with India at the very center of it. Let's get started. Let's get the headlines this Friday evening. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in New Delhi, Modi 3.0, to focus on building stronger footprint in its immediate neighborhood. Closer ties with Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives. Top priority to counter China's debt trap diplomacy model. Flurry of diplomatic activity between India and the US. Days after Prime Minister Modi met US President Joe Biden in Italy, national security advisors of the two nations met in New Delhi. Even as top US lawmakers were in Dharamshala to meet the Dalai Lama and pledge support for autonomous Tibet. Top global political commentator Fareed Zakaria speaks to NDTV, says US-India ties are much bigger than minor irritants like the Panun issue. On the upcoming US presidential polls, Zakaria says the political debate is essentially immigration versus abortion. Semiconductor chip maker Nvidia topples Microsoft to become the world's most valuable company. Nvidia now has a market cap of $3.3 trillion. $2 trillion of this has come in 2024 itself, indicating the massive bull run in the global chip space. Russian President Vladimir Putin visits North Korea, his first visit to the pariah state in 24 years. The two countries signed mutual defense treaty. The pact may complicate the security apparatus in Asia. With no amount of subs bringing back home buyers and prices dropping to 10-year record lows, the China real estate sector story may be headed for a big crash. How big is the problem? Find out on India Ascents. This week on India Ascents, we start with New Delhi's outreach in its neighborhood. Now, Asia is at the very center of one of the biggest geopolitical rivalries taking place in the world between India and China. Now, due to its larger economy, China has been able to further its political and military goals via the Belt and Road Initiative. And to counter this, India now needs to focus more on its neighborhood, and it's already doing so. After inviting the very anti-India Maldivian president to New Delhi for his swearing-in ceremony, Prime Minister Modi is now focused on strengthening ties with Bangladesh and Sri Lanka, countries that sit on strategic points in the Indo-Pacific and have been recipients of very large amount of Chinese loans. China has been working on a string of pearls strategy, building strategic partnerships with New Delhi's neighbors. To counter China, India needs to focus on two big things: port connectivity and greater infra investments in its neighborhood. Bangladesh Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina is in India. She and her party share a very good rapport with India. And in January this year, when Sheikh Hasina faced American criticism on her democratic credentials, it was New Delhi that backed her and continues to be one of her closest allies. India has extended LC business to Bangladesh worth $8 billion, but in comparison, Chinese investments last year was $7 billion. And via the debt trap BRI model, Chinese companies won construction contracts worth $22 billion. India's alternative to BRI is transparent and equitable contracts and grants. And nations know it. In fact, no one knows this better than Sri Lanka, which came under heavy debt courtesy massive Chinese loans. As Sri Lanka goes to polls in a few months, External Affairs Minister Jaishankar's visit to Colombo is testimony to New Delhi upping the ante. But it's not just about India versus China. Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, Mauritius, Seychelles, and other smaller nations in the Indo-Pacific need to balance their development needs with geopolitical stability and choices that they will have to make. And it's up to regional leaders and heavyweights like India to limit the Chinese influence in the region by upping the ante and building better ties with their neighbors. The other big story on India Ascents: where are US-India ties headed under Modi 3.0? This week saw a great deal of activity between New Delhi and Washington, even as some irritants in the relationship have surfaced. NSA Jake Sullivan and Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell held talks with External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar days after Prime Minister Modi and US President Joe Biden met at the G7 summit in Italy, even as a US congressional delegation, which included former US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, arrived in India. It is no coincidence that one of the first visits by high-ranking foreign officials in Modi 3.0 was from one of New Delhi's closest partners, that is Washington. Yet, when Modi and Biden shook hands, Nikhil Gupta, an Indian national accused by the United States of allegedly being involved in a murder-for-hire plot against Sikh separatist Pannu, was extradited from Czech Republic to the US on 14th of June. It's unclear if any of this came up during Sullivan's meetings in India, which figured on much more than just this irritant.
I don't have more to add on the conversations that Jake's having. He's still over there having these conversations, but the main focus of his visit, as I said, was to look for ways to deepen the U.S.-India bilateral relationship, particularly when it comes to emerging technology.
Bring this up.
I don't have anything more to add on the conversations.
Now, the past decade has seen India and US sign numerous agreements, undertake joint military exercises, and restart Quad over China's aggressions in the Indo-Pacific. And it seems that the case involving Sikh separatist Pannu was being stoked to create divisions between what is one of the strongest and most robust strategic partnerships of the 21st century. In fact, US made an important geopolitical statement on Indian soil this week. US lawmakers, including former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, met the Dalai Lama in Dharamshala this week. India has given asylum to the 14th Dalai Lama and hosts the Tibetan parliament in exile on its soil. So even though it may not have started this power play on Tibet, India is now a key player on this.
His Holiness the Dalai Lama, with his message of knowledge and tradition and compassion and purity of soul and love, he will live a long time and his legacy will live forever. But to you, President of China, you'll be gone and nobody will give you credit for anything.
Now, it's not the first time that US lawmakers have made a trip to Dharamshala. India has allowed many such trips in the past, but it's different this time around. For one, there is the Resolve Tibet Act that awaits President Biden's nod, post which the global pressure on China to start talks with Tibet is likely to intensify. The second important bit is that President Biden had said in 2020 that he would meet the Dalai Lama. With him going to US for his medical treatment, it's almost likelihood, possibly a certainty, that there could be a meeting on the cards. And thirdly, India shares a border with Tibet, not China. And if Tibet had remained an independent country, it would have been the 10th largest such country in the world, which is why focus could come back on this issue. In fact, it's not just the geopolitical alignment between India and US. It is also the fact that now there is a complete meeting of minds on two other very important and strategic issues in this relationship: trade and technology. The second meeting of the US-India initiative on critical and emerging technology saw the two countries ramping up collaboration in AI, space, semiconductors, clean energy, and working to restrict access to countries such as China and Russia that have civil military usage of technology. The prospect of Taiwan's possible invasion and global impact it would have on semiconductor supply is making India and US launch a new strategic semiconductor partnership for precision-guided ammunition and other national security-focused electronics platforms. Bilateral trade figures have also seen a huge surge in the last 5 years. Between 2018 to 2022, on your screens are the numbers that tell the story. Exports have increased to $118.5 billion from about $83 odd billion. Imports have also grown from $58 billion to $73 billion. India actually has a trade surplus, one of the few countries with which India enjoys a trade surplus with the US. There you can see on your screens. And some of this will only look up once a free trade pact is signed between India and US. Now, strategically, India remains a crucial partner for the US, vital to help counter China's aggression in the region. Short-term snags will not impact the larger trajectory of this relationship, which is likely to only move forward. Okay, let's get the top voice on the show. Fareed Zakaria, global opinion commentator, speaking exclusively to NDTV. Mr. Zakaria, thanks so much for speaking to me. As we speak, there is enough and more that's happening as far as the US-India partnership is concerned. It's evolved. It's seen a huge amount of change and transformation since the Clinton and Bush era. How do you view it now in the backdrop of Modi 3.0 coming to power?
And if you look at the Trump administration, one area where there was enormous continuity was on India. And in fact, Trump liked the fact that Modi was as popular as he was, particularly with Indians abroad. And so really the United States has made a strategic decision over the last 20 years to move closer to India and to try to make India part of the new Asian security system, naturally, largely in response to the rise of China. In that context, Modi coming back for a third term is a very beneficial thing for the US-India relations because it's continuity. Modi is a known character. But I don't want people to get the wrong impression. Had there been a change in government, I don't think there would have been any change in US-India relations because they have really been developing steadily more close for the last 25 years.
Absolutely. And while there is broad understanding and alignment on key strategic issues between US and India, I have to ask you this. How important or how significant do you think irritants like Pannun issue are? Or do you think they even matter in the larger scheme of the strategic partnership between India and US?
Look, there are always going to be some issues that that cause disagreement, friction, tension between two countries. I mean, the United States has issues like that with European countries all the time, and they are the closest allies of the United States. I think that people were puzzled in Washington that the Indian government would be trying to do something of the nature of what it did, and frankly, it was a departure. It's not something the Indian government has done in the past very often. And so I think that they were more puzzled, taken aback, trying to figure out how to handle it. But I don't think it just seriously derails the relationship. It's an irritant. It has to be dealt with. And as far as I can tell, they have dealt with it, in a way that does not damage the overall relationship.
Before I come to your mercurial Republican candidate, I must point out, Mr. Zakaria, that these are still allegations. New Delhi has denied all of them. And as you mentioned, these are just irritants in a much larger relationship. Now, speaking of the US elections, Republican candidate Donald Trump is viewed as mercurial. He's, in fact, viewed as being averse to globalization. How much impact do you think this will have on mechanisms like Quad, which have been revived against a very aggressive China? Do you think they could come under threat under a possible Trump presidency?
The Obama and Biden administration have pushed for a kind of new architecture of security in Asia, which involves other countries, which partners with them, which allies with them. And that's a kind of slow, painstaking process where you have to listen to other countries, understand what their concerns are, try to, find a way to accommodate those concerns, as the Biden team has done with India, but also with Australia, with South Korea, with Japan. Trump, as I say, is more impulsive. He's more transactional. So it could be, there's upside there, which is he might decide, to do some big favor to India because he feels like this is worth doing for this one particular deal. On the other hand, he may ignore it. That you won't get that steady, predictable building of an alliance structure, of a security structure. What you'll get is more whimsical, more, one-shot deals, some of which might be good, some of which might be bad. And, by the way, this characterization that I'm giving you of the difference between the two is what worries large parts of the world, the unpredictability of it.
The unpredictability of a Trump administration. Speaking of the elections, Mr. Zakaria, how important is immigration? Do you think it's pretty much the fulcrum of what this election is all about? I'm asking you this also because Indians form a very large and sizable chunk of immigrants, and Republicans have been very vocal about it. President Biden is now coming out with executive orders on it. So how important is this issue in 2024 polls?
Immigration is huge in the context of the election. I think this is an election being fought largely on cultural issues. Immigration for the Republicans, abortion for the Democrats. The economy is doing fantastically. I mean, the U.S. economy, by any objective measure, is having one of its strongest periods in its history. Unemployment is at a 50-year low. Inflation is 3%. If you look at almost any measure, the United States is just towering over the rest of the world. If you look at America's technology companies, they are absolutely dominant in their field. American banks are dominant. European banks are nowhere to be seen in comparison. America is the largest energy producer in the world. America now produces more oil than Saudi Arabia and more and more natural gas than Qatar. So you put all that together, it's a very powerful place. But President Biden is getting very little credit for it because the election is being fought largely on these cultural issues, immigration, abortion. And immigration is particularly important these days.
I think President Biden is getting credit for the turnaround that the U.S. economy has seen. But as we end this conversation, Mr. Zakaria, I want to ask you this, that what do you think are the big focus areas for U.S.-India ties going forward? Everything from 6G to space is being talked about. But in your perspective, what could be that defining aspect of this relationship?
Well, I think what India should strive for is to kind of create a technological corridor with America, because India's great opportunity now is to move up the technology value chain in the way that China did. You know, people don't realize, well, India has a tech sector. It's largely back office processing. It's fairly simple stuff that involves using lower price labor. What India needs to do is to move up the value chain and start producing really high quality products in technology and software and services and things like that, even inventing new technologies. Chinese companies in the technology space are much, much more advanced than India is. India could ally with the US, find ways to develop those technologies, get technology transfer, training, all that kind of thing. But India has to really make a decision that it's going to cast its future in that way. It needs to. India is still one of the, I think it is probably the most protectionist large economy in the world, which makes it very difficult for it to plug into the world of globalization, technology. It's difficult to be at the cutting edge when you are that protected. It still has so many features that remain part of the license quota Raj, particularly with regard to trade. And the BJP has traditionally not been very good about these issues because it has always been suspicious of the foreign world and foreign trade. So if it could really open itself up, ally with the US, I think you could see an enormous advance that would take place in India economically, technologically, scientifically. And that, I think, would be the thing that would really help India catapult itself. India has the potential to really be one of the great technology powers in the world. And technology is what is driving economics. It's what's driving the alleviation of poverty. It's what's driving the advancement of society. We live in an age of a digital revolution. And India needs to be at the forefront of that revolution. It couldn't get a better partner than the United States. American companies and American universities absolutely dominate this space. But India has to stop being reluctant and being kind of pulled along, kicking and screaming. It has to jump into this world and say, we want to be at the forefront, the way, for example, that Israel did, the way in which countries like Sweden and Britain have done. That's the potential future for India. I hope it takes it. I think America, they'll find a willing partner and a ready partner in America. That would be more important to my mind for the life of average Indians than defense cooperation and things like that, which will happen and should happen. But it won't. That doesn't change the life of the average Indian. That doesn't move Indians out of poverty. That doesn't move India up the value chain. Embracing a technology corridor with the US, that would be a game changer.
Okay. All right. With that, thanks much, Mr. Zakaria, for speaking to NDTV. There is, of course, a lot that can be done as far as the India-US ties are concerned. Tech could be that one big X factor. And on that note, we slip into a very short break. We come back with lots more on the other side. Stay with us.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day.
Welcome back to India Sense. We now focus on a story that impacts every one of us in this segment. Now, climate change is no more a thing that the next generation needs to worry about. It's now an emergency that the present generation needs to address. By the next one, it will probably be a bit too late. There are now wild weather swings that are taking place around the world, not just in developing countries, but even the abode of rich and mighty, the French Riviera. Wild weather swings now wreak havoc to the global economy, from testing power grids to skyrocketing food prices. And by 2049, these damages could cost the global economy a whopping $38 trillion every year, more than 6 times of what is needed to cut emissions as per the Paris Pact, which is $6 trillion. But here's the alarming part. The world is not even spending this much. Spending on clean tech stood at $1.8 trillion in 2023. As we live in these times of wild weather, watch this report to take a look at the real extent of the climate catastrophe that stares all of us.
From a record-breaking heat wave in India to extreme weather in Brazil, USA and Mexico, climate catastrophe is here. The month of May was the 12th consecutive month of record-breaking temperatures, with average temperatures at 1.52 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial age. This is likely to make 2024 the hottest year on record. But that's not all. For England, this has been the wettest year since 1836. For Dubai, it witnessed its worst floods ever. And for Canada, it saw wildfires that burnt continuously for a year. In India, the severe heat wave this summer may have killed at least 100 people and made tens of thousands very sick. The heat wave has been deadly for the US. As per the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, heat contributed to the deaths of more than 2,300 Americans in 2023. The death toll has more than doubled in the past 5 years. In March, the Saharan dust storms turned skies yellow and orange and degraded air quality in European countries, from Greece to Italy to France. If there's one thing that the climate emergency shows, it is that it will impact all countries, including the most advanced.
Now, reports show that a 1% increase in global temperature leads to a 12% decline in world GDP. And as expected, this will hit poorer countries much more than their rich counterparts. In Middle East and Africa, the projected income loss by 2049 will be 22.4%. For South Asia, it will be 22.3%. For Europe and America, the loss would be half, 11%. But the disruptions that will be coming because of this to housing, food prices, energy, transportation costs will spare no one. In fact, as per ICF, the lifetime cost of climate change for a baby born in US today is $500,000. This may rise further. When will the rich countries that have historically been high polluters rise together? Shifting our focus now to China. Beijing has been struggling to get back to its pre-pandemic levels, and while manufacturing is picking up, its real estate sector, which makes up almost a quarter of the economy, is showing no signs of recovery. The Chinese government seems to have done everything it can, but it doesn't seem to be enough. And just how bad the situation for China's housing is, well, the short answer to that is very bad. New home prices fell at the fastest pace in nearly a decade. The May price drop was the 11th month-on-month fall and the steepest since October 2014. Worse still, the government's measures have all seemed to fail. From reducing rates to easing eligibility criteria to even offers of rolling over loans, nothing seems to be bringing customers back. And it won't. Because the prognosis is wrong and the response inadequate. The sector is struggling because home buyers are unsure of their economic future. They're uncertain about the prospects of the big real estate companies and the larger demographic trend, which reflects a rapidly aging society which isn't going to go about buying houses. Now, this can't be solved by asking local governments to buy unsold inventory and turning them into affordable housing. For starters, there are no takers for that many housing units. And secondly, the amount promised by Xi Jinping to local governments is not even 10% of the value of unsold houses that need to be brought. And above all, since China's economic model focused on local governments taking large debts to build those giant infrastructure projects for the last 15 years, their balance sheets are now maxed out. They cannot take more loans, even if it means at the cost of the collapse of the housing sector. If anything, China can learn from the Indian real estate market. The sector here is 7% of the GDP, not 25% as it is in China. It has checks and balances on developers through regulatory bodies. And even if developers have stretched balance sheets, the consumer demand is real. There are no ghost towns in India. China's real estate sector is yet to bottom out, and it remains to be seen whether it will take the economy with it. All right, on that note, it's a complete wrap on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है। चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो। ये आयो बात बोल। पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Okay, so guys, there we have it. Now this is the best and my personal favorite section. आपको पता है, it's called Ask TG, and यहाँ पे my responsibility is to answer all your questions जो भी आपने पूछे होते हैं अलग-अलग अपने gadgets के बारे में. I'll give you all the answers.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Veera Raghav. Our top focus on that enormous Hooch tragedy in Tamil Nadu. Sharp observations from the High Court of Madras. Remember, the tragedy has claimed over 50 lives. We'll also have a special panel up ahead on the Neet controversy. But first, the headlines that we are tracking this hour. From the top national story, no relief for Arvind Kejriwal as the court will now decide on his bail plea only on the 25th of June. The Delhi High Court, remember, had stayed his bail plea after the ED's appeal. Parliamentary Affairs Minister says no rules flouted as the Congress makes a sharp accusation at the NDA for breaking convention and not appointing the senior-most 8-time MP Kodikunil Suresh as pro-term Speaker. Nationwide protests by the opposition as it targets the government over the Neet exam mess and braces for a confrontation in Parliament. The National Testing Agency issues admit cards for the retest of the over 1,500 aspirants who were given grace marks. A mob goes on a rampage and attacks a police station in Maharashtra's Jalgaon after a 6-year-old girl was raped and murdered. First up to big news breaking this hour, strong observations from the Madras High Court, which was hearing a case filed by an AIADMK functionary on that enormous illicit liquor tragedy in the state. The court has now asked the state government to file an action taken report, raising sharp questions. Remember, the tragedy in the state's Kallakurichi district has claimed 51 lives, including that of women and a trans person. Families at the Karunapuram village are shattered. In some cases, children have lost both their parents, who were daily wagers, and people say that the illicit liquor packets were sold openly from 4 a.m. with the connivance of the local police. But does the connivance stop at the local police level, or does it go deeper? So serious questions there. Remember, the issue played into a major confrontation in the state assembly. The state government has ordered for a commission of inquiry by a retired judge and has suspended several officials, transferred some high-ranking officers and offered compensation. The opposition in the state, the principal opposition party, the AIADMK, wore black shirts and protested in the state assembly, demanding the resignation of Chief Minister M.K. Stalin. The protest spearheaded by leader of opposition Edappadi Palaniswamy, the former Chief Minister as well. NDTV's Sam Daniel is at ground zero and joins us live. Sam, the big news at the moment are those sharp observations from the Madras High Court.
That's right, Viraraga. Sharp observations by the court, particularly putting things in context, referring to the 2023 similar Hooch tragedy in Viluppuram and Chengalpattu districts that had taken away the lives of 22 people. And the court asked whether the government had learnt any lessons and had taken any preventive steps. And how did the government let this particular tragedy happen, which at the moment has taken away the lives of 51 people. And the public interest litigation was originally moved by former AIADMK MLA in Badurai, asking for a CBI probe. And it's in that context when the government argued that all steps were taken, the court made such sharp observations, putting specific questions. Last year, 22 were killed in a Hooch tragedy. What action did you take on them, and what did you learn from them? And we expect the Tamil Nadu government to give statistics in terms of number of arrests made, how many have been put behind bars under the Gundas Act, and what kind of steps have been taken to check the movement of methanol, which has now turned into a killer yet again. And on the floor of the House, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin had given numbers in terms of how many have been arrested. What's the status of those cases now, particularly those in Chengalpattu and Viluppuram districts? And now we can expect the state government to give more statistics and information in terms of what action was taken, what lessons learnt. Based on that, the court may take a call in terms of deciding or directing, asking for a CBI probe or otherwise. At the moment, the issue is the case is being investigated by the CBCID, which was the case last time as well. And on the floor of the House, Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, facing criticism and demands for his resignation by the AIADMK, gave a list of information in terms of the background, in terms of action taken against officials, in terms of lapses, including the suspension of the SP, transfer of collectors and the ADGP in charge of enforcement, and how a one-man inquiry commission is also now investigating. And he assured that based on the reports given by these committees and the commission, and also the one by the DGP and the Home Secretary, he would make sure tough action is taken, and those who are found to be wanting and found responsible for this would be made to stand before law.
Right. Right, those are the larger political exchange and of course systemic issues that are being addressed, Sam, but you are at ground zero and you've been speaking to several victims, in fact heart-wrenching stories and pictures that you've sent us across with families which have lost their breadwinners, mainly daily wagers. We have the AIADMK's Vapugarendi, national spokesperson, as well as the DMK's Salem Dharanitharan joining us on this broadcast. But before we get into the further discussion on this issue, let's play some of the reactions that Sam got from ground zero, from people, families which have been shattered by this illicit liquor tragedy there in Kallakurichi.
I'm very sorry about the loss. இது எப்படி நடந்துச்சு?
அதானா நல்லா இருந்தார். உடனே என்ன பண்ணார், மயக்கம் வருது, கண்ணு தெரியலப்பா, மஞ்சளாக வருது, ஒன்றும் இதுவும் ஆகல. அப்புறம் போய் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலில் சேர்த்ததுக்கு டாக்டர் சாராயம் குடிச்சு தான் அப்படி ஆயிடுச்சு.
இங்கே தான் குடிச்சாரா?
இங்கே தான், இந்த இடம் தான்.
Right. He says his father, after consuming illicit liquor, suffered problems with his vision, and then when they rushed him to the hospital, doctors confirmed that it's because of illicit liquor.
Well, Sam Daniel still with us from Kallakurichi, as well as Salem Dharanidharan of the DMK and Vapugarendi of the AIDMK. Salem Dharanidharan, while a judge has been ordered to probe this, inquire into this incident, reports have been asked, sharp observations from the High Court, local police officials have been suspended, but does it end there? Does this show a systemic failure to curb illicit liquor in the state? Because this seems to have been a well-oiled racket, as Sam has been reporting.
Good evening. I would like to apologize for the incident. It is very unfortunate, and I would like to apologize on behalf of the government for the family. But having said that, you can't say that the government has not taken any steps. We've been very, very strict when it comes to curbing illicit liquor. In fact, 15 lakh liters of illicit alcohol has been found and have been destroyed over the last year. And in fact, 4 lakh people have been arrested and 14,000 cases have been filed only in Kallakurichi. We are examining what has happened, how this mistake happened, and how to make sure this never happens. Not just in the upcoming years, but never happens in the future, never ever. And the Chief Minister also announced a committee under Justice Dudeja, a single-member committee which is also going to go and ascertain what actually happened. We have proactively reacted to the situation. The sports minister was there and all the senior ministers visited the spot, and the superintendent of police was immediately suspended, and the district magistrate, the collector, was also transferred out. I urge the opposition to not do politics with this, because illicit death affect is not
Make
just
that point. I want to
Tamil
just
Nadu
take
problem.
this across
one more point.
to
One more
Pugarendi
point.
as well.
One more point.
Mr.
One more
Pugarendi
point.
demanding the chief... Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Salem. Go ahead.
One more point.
Very quickly.
I think this is a problem that's prevalent across India, even from Gujarat to Uttar Pradesh. In fact, Uttar Pradesh last year 450 people died, and Madhya Pradesh, even Chhattisgarh, about hundreds of people have died last year. I think we have to find strategy to end this completely. No, I'm not saying it's a national problem, but I'm what? No, I'm not saying that.
Heard what Salem Dharanidharan says.
No.
Go ahead.
Sir, good evening to NDTV.
No, you've got to finish your point now, Salem Dharanidharan. We can't... Yeah, go ahead, Salem. Pugarendi.
Sir, good evening. Good evening. I had been Kallakurichi. I met there so many patients in the hospital. That is a worst tragedy, or you believe or not. This is the high time. The legislative should amend the existing laws to give and enforce shoot on sight. No other way, because they are selling openly. They are selling the arak. This type of the arak available in the various places of the Tamil Nadu. So the particularly this spot nearing 100 deaths. So that's why I demands seeking the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, you bring the law suit and sight, then only it is possible to stop. Or otherwise you cannot able to stop. This is the... Because I went to so many houses, I have seen the bodies. That is remarkable, or you believe or not, that is like tsunami like. It is going on. So that is only the... So if you want to... This government wants sorted out, only the shoot and sight order should bring, otherwise no use.
You are demanding far sterner action. Sam Daniel, what's the sense you're picking up at the ground? You've been speaking to people out there.
At this village, they say it's common knowledge, Viraraghav, that at one particular place, one of them who has been arrested now at his backyard, illicit liquor was sold for a long time. It began as early as 4 o'clock in the morning. He used to even flaunt his connections with the police, saying, come what may, nothing will happen to me, go and report. That's the kind of confidence, and that's the kind of collusion, they say, the bootleggers and the police had. And this place is very close to a police station, very close to the court here. It's in the heart of the district here, and there's no way this can be called as something happening in a stealthy way. So it should be, they say, either clear case of connivance or a total collapse of the enforcement agency. I have a question to Dharnidharan. Dharnidharan, the opposition leader, EPS, is questioning the Chief Minister's, what he calls competence and his control over the police force. How would you respond to that?
Dharnidharan, respond.
No, EPS is the last person who can comment on it. You know how the 4 year of Tamil Nadu was. It was the worst rule in the history of Tamil Nadu. And when in fact the Tuticorin shooting happened, EPS and Chief Minister said, I don't know if shooting happened. Can you believe a sitting Chief Minister comes and tells that I don't know if the shooting happened? That's what EPS stood for. So I think he's the last person to comment on anyone's competence. And his rule was when Tamil Nadu failed in all the fronts. You name it, Tamil Nadu went back by a decade. So I think he has no moral authority to comment on anything. As I said, Chief Minister took responsibility for it, our Chief Minister.
Okay, you're saying no.
No, let me complete. So,
okay, I just want to give one word to the AIDMK.
Sir, that is openly they are selling. Not now.
You need to complete fast.
No, only, but this is going on fast 1 or 2 years.
Go ahead, Mr.
Not now. So many months going on these things. So that immediately CM have to take serious action, serious steps. They found anything that tell them enforcement to do on the spot action. No other way. Shoot and sight.
Okay, Salem Dharnidharan, it's not just about Kallakurchi, it requires statewide action. Does it require statewide action? Will there be statewide action?
As the Chief Minister said, and reiterated time and again, we will make sure such incidences do not happen again in Tamil Nadu, not just in the next coming years, but forever. Okay. We have also launched a statewide massive search for all the people involved in such activities, if at all there is any. We'll make sure that this never happens again. This has been promised by a leader also.
Okay. Thanks very much, Salem Dharnidharan. Sam, of course, has been reporting from ground zero. We'll play out some of Sam's reports as well. Thanks, Mr. Pugarendi. Beneath all that political exchange that's playing out, this is, remember, an enormous human tragedy. In Telangana now, we're shifting focus. More worries for the Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti as its senior leadership continues to desert the party. While several MPs and MLAs moved out of the regional force after its trouncing in the assembly polls, the trend continues with senior BRS leader and former Speaker Pocharam Srinivas joining the Congress today. The fear is that many more could follow. Sudhir with the details.
Pocharam Srinivas Reddy has been one of the senior-most leaders, not just with the BRS, but in Telangana itself. He has been a former speaker. He was agriculture minister in the first term. He has been minister in the TDP, and earlier he was in the Congress, and now it's Ghar Wapsi. So his shifting to the Congress is once again fueled speculation that Operation Akash may be intensified. That's a term that's been used for saying that Congress will proactively encourage or allow the movement of BRS MLAs into the ruling party. Danam Nagendar, one of the MLAs who had in fact become the Congress candidate for the Secunderabad Lok Sabha, has said that as many as 20 BRS MLAs may soon be shifting to the Congress. Already 4 MLAs have shifted. That includes Danam Nagendar, Pocharam Srinivas, Tellam Venkatrao, as well as Kadiyam Srihari. And we understand that there are also talks going on with the MLCs. The Legislative Council, strength of 40 and 25 of them are from the BRS, and therefore talks are going on to ensure some kind of a shift or change of loyalty so that the Congress does not face any challenges when bills come up in the Legislative Council. Of course, competition could also come up for the MLAs from the BJP.
From troubles for the BRS now to the raging nationwide protests and controversy over the Neet process. As the opposition braces for a showdown with the government in Parliament, there's been a spate of sharp political accusations from opposition leaders questioning the very foundations of a central testing system. While the Education Minister and the central government has promised stern action and assured that students' interests will be safeguarded, the controversy has led to both uncertainty for students and renewed vigor from those opposing NEET. States like Tamil Nadu, remember, have been categorically against the national testing system and have held that it puts those from weaker socio-economic sections and rural parts at an inherent disadvantage. Karnataka too has now questioned the centralized process. It's been, remember though, the centralized process has been upheld by the apex court. A special panel of experts up ahead to understand the long-term implications of this controversy. But first, the political reactions that came in today.
जो लोग मेरा नाम घसीटना चाहते हैं, मेरे पीए का घसीटना चाहते हैं, इससे कोई फायदा होने वाला नहीं है। ये लोग जो किंगपिंग जो है पेपर लीक के, उन लोगों से इशू को डाइवर्ट करना चाहते हैं। जो अमित आनंद है, जो आपका नीतीश कुमार है, ये कौन लोग हैं? इनको क्यों बचाना चाहते हैं ये लोग? क्यों ये लोग जो है डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं इशू को?
हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिल करके निर्णय लिए हैं कि बिहार के अंदर ये माफिया राज को खत्म करना, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को बहाल करना। आज इसके माध्यम से जो हमारे साइट पर, खनन के साइट पर हत्याएं होती है, गोलियों की बारिश होती है, अवैध खनन के लिए गैंगवार लड़ाई होती है, वो सब भी कैद होंगे और दिखाई पड़ेंगे।
And so what does this controversy mean to the system and the process itself? Joining us this evening, educationist Sudha Acharya, Dr. Navneet of the Tamil Nadu Resident Doctors Association, who is strongly opposed to NEET, Anil Nagar, founder, CEO of Adda 24/7. My first question to you, Mr. Nagar, the argument has been, and this is not after this controversy, it's been a systemic argument that's been made for several years now against NEET, that it defeats the purpose of socio-economically weaker sections, helps those in urban centers, and does not benefit those people. Does this controversy raise serious questions and trigger potential rethink of a national testing system itself?
In my personal experience, I will say this is not true. So first of all, I personally come from a village in UP, and I'm here talking on this show just because of these kind of exams. I gave IIT exam and somehow cleared it. And I'm that typical person about whom you were talking, somebody staying in a village and rural area. So in my personal experience, I don't believe that this is not helping poor people. Secondly, even as an educator, we teach a lot of students who come from rural area and from different parts of the country. There are a lot of advantages and a lot of problems which are being solved by keeping it centralized. But broadly giving opportunity to everyone, wherever you stay in the country and whatever the seats are in the whole country, I think it's actually providing equal opportunity to every Indian. So personally, my opinion is that it's not so bad. There may be some demerits, but overall, I feel that this is serving some purpose.
Okay, you're saying it's serving some purpose. Sudha Acharya, before I go to Dr. Navneet, Sudha Acharya, from the larger point of view, there have been questions raised about NEET. Now there is questions raised about the testing system and the process. Should this be taken as, something that should lead to an entire rethink of the system and the process, or is it only about the management of it and ensuring that the system works better?
I think it is the management system. I put a question on NTA blatantly. I mean, how the exam is managed, organized, and I am thick and thin involved with the process as a principal of CBSE school. Last year, I was city coordinator for one district of Delhi in conducting this exam. Even from my school, a lot of special need children, they appeared. And yesterday in your show, I was hearing the girl with a special need, what kind of centers he got and what kind of harrowing experience he has gone through. Last year also, same thing happened with one of my school boy who had multiple disability, and he had to go through a lot of hardship, and even media and channels, they come through and they helped him. So how the examination is managed? I put a question on that.
Okay, you're saying you will put a question mark on how the examination is managed. Dr. Navneet,
by NTA.
You are putting a question mark, in a sense, Tamil Nadu is putting a question mark on the entire system itself. As the political exchange plays out, the question really is of whether there should be a centralized testing system or should that be decentralized.
Yeah, children will get really some sense of
Dr.
trust
Navneet,
and transparency.
I'm putting that question to Dr. Navneet Sudhacharya.
Okay.
I think this should not be centralized, first of all. See, we have, India is a huge country with a very huge population. When the population of Tamil Nadu is alone greater than the population of a country like England, say England, we have like Tamil Nadu right now, we have like 8 crore population, and UK is right now it has a 6.5 crore population. We certain states in India have a population that are higher than the a large number of a collective number of European nations. When those nations have like separate educational platforms or separate education systems for each of them, I don't think a centralized approach for this MBBS is the right thing to do here, because I don't think we can effectively manage or we can effectively conduct an exam for such a huge population, and especially in a country like India, which is practically a subcontinent, and where the states hold a higher population than some European nations itself.
Okay, so you're making that point, you know, in a sense, in many ways, the point that you're making is what is reflected in Tamil Nadu's argument. Mr. Nagar, when it comes down to it, and you obviously deal with students from a wide socio-economic strata, you know, is there different realities to different places and states? For instance, states like Tamil Nadu, which have had a consistent push in education for many years, vis-a-vis states like a Bihar or UP. How does this process, you know, sort of while we create a national pool, how do you also keep in mind state-specific interests?
As I understand the system, though the exam is centralized, I think a lot of things are done by these states also in terms of operational things and operational mechanics of organizing the exam in a state. Some time back, I generally used to wonder because some time back the exams were generally in Hindi or English. So I used to wonder whether this should be in local languages also. Now most of the exams are in local languages also. So I think on the exam conduct point of view, exam is in local languages. Most of the local exam organization process is handled by state or let's say state within the state various actors, whoever they are. So a lot of control in terms of organizing the exam is already with the states, as I understand the system. So I believe those things are already taken care.
Okay.
But from a student's point of view, as I said earlier, I believe this opens a lot more opportunities, because now let's say I as a student, I'm sitting in UP, and if I am good, I can aspire for a number of seats all across India. So that opens more opportunities for me. In that sense, I feel this is a slightly better system.
Okay, you're making that point that this is slightly, it opens up opportunities. Dr. Navneet, you know, in a sense, should states like Tamil Nadu also consider the fact from a national picture and see this potentially from that point of view, you know, than a state-specific point of view? Very quickly.
See, we earlier had AAPMT, which had a nationwide focus, right? We already had that system. 15% of the seats were contributed for a national for the national contribution. I don't think we were limited to, you know, only intrastate kind of seat arrangements before the Neet. The main problem with NEET is the only the urban focused, the people who are able to spend 1 or 2 years for their preparation stage are able to enter nowadays. For example, in Tamil Nadu, we have 7.5% of seats reserved for students coming from a government school background. If not for that, we will have only 0% going from the purely from a government school system. If we don't have that 7.5 reservation, we will not at all have any students going from the government background, because daily sons of daily wages laborers won't be able to afford such a huge cost of for the NEET preparation. Right before this interview, I inquired a local body who is coaching for NEET, and they are charging up to 2 lakhs per year for coaching. And many of those students who are right now appearing for NEET are twice or thrice repeaters, which means that they have they are able to not go to college for 3 years, at the same time able to pay 6 lakh money, upwards of 6 lakhs for this particular coaching systems. Yes.
Right, Dr. Naveen, I'm afraid we are completely out of time, but it's there are arguments that have been heard and played out over the last many years around this controversy. Obviously, the political exchange over it and the latest controversy will play out in the coming days. That's all we have time for on the Southern View, but we'd like to leave you with possibly the defining image from the world of politics today in the world of Andhra Pradesh. The return of Chandrababu Naidu was literally complete today. Naidu, who vowed not to enter the state assembly till he was chief minister, entered the house more than 2.5 years after he stormed out of it, protesting a barrage of personal attacks against him by the then ruling YSRCP. Naidu is perhaps the ultimate reminder never to write off a politician or a political party in Indian politics. That's all we have time for on this one.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the topmost news platform in the country. #1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code.
G20 Sherpa, former CEO of Niti Aayog, an administrator par excellence, a thought leader, a policy maker, but most importantly a doer, someone who rolls up his sleeves and gets things done. Welcome everyone. I'm in conversation with Mr. Amitabh Kant. Mr. Kant, thank you so much for speaking. The most sizzling question on everybody's mind, how are we going to make our cities climate resilient, considering that we are basically breaking all previous temperature highs?
So you have to do several things. I think first and foremost, you have to improve air quality. It can't be that 42 of our cities are amongst the most polluted in the top 50 of the world. And therefore, we need to take it up as a mass movement. And if you want to improve air quality, you need to do several things. I think first of all, you have to improve the vast amount of biomass and convert it into energy. That's the first and foremost.
So waste.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is again a big problem.
Yeah, so household waste. And that means that you need to segregate it at household level, use it like Indore is doing to convert it into energy. Secondly, you have to undertake a massive cleaning program of the cities. I'm not talking about just Delhi, I'm talking about 42 of our urban cities, which figure in the list of 50. I think the reform agenda of urban cities has to be the #1 priority. And number 3 is that this will not happen unless and until household segregation at household level doesn't take place. And there is a sense of pride amongst the citizens of these urban areas. And the most critical of it, other than biomass and household segregation, is that you need to really focus on transportation in a very big way and ensure that these cities all go electric by 2030. So my view is that the government has already taken the initiative to procure 10,000 buses. They've allocated about 57,000 crores. That's almost $7 billion US. It's one of the biggest programs of the government. You need to focus on these 42 cities and actually ensure that all buses, all two-wheelers, three-wheelers, everyone goes electric. And the priority should be that in the next 4 to 5 years, two-wheelers, three-wheelers go electric, and lorries and buses all go electric in the next 5 years, and by 2030 even all four-wheelers go electric. There has to be a really big political and administrative will, and there has to be a mass movement around that. This is absolutely critical to my mind if you want to clean up the quality of air of your cities and clean up these cities and have a sense of pride on your urban areas. But when you do this, not only will you improve the living standards of your citizens in a very big way, you will add about a decade more to their lives, but more important than that, I think you will add close to 1.5% to your GDP.
So there is a huge economic accelerator as well, of course, health and productivity. So let me break both these down. One is, you said that you need to, manage your waste segregation. I spoke to Harshika Singh and I've spoken to other Indore commissioners. Indore has been able to do it because they truly made it a city-wide goal and pride for everyone, and continuously has kept improving on every aspect of it. Campaign awareness has to be 100%, commitment by the urban local bodies has to be 100%. But that's not being able to translate across different geographies and our larger cities like Delhi and Mumbai. What is the difference?
So not only Indore, but Surat, Vizag,
Mysore has done well as well.
Many cities have actually done it, and the demonstration impact of that should spread very, very rapidly across India. And actually, we need to really push the pedal. The challenge is that there is a lack of good governance in many of these municipal areas. And without capacity building, without filling up municipal positions, without ensuring that there is a huge community involvement. Indore happened because there was massive community involvement. I mean, the credit goes to the commissioners and the mayors there who've constantly put the pedal on with new and innovative projects. But the key there has been that they've done segregation at household level, and they have then actually used that not to pile up garbage, but to actually convert that into methane, use that as energy for driving buses in the city. So a huge amount of work has been done, creative work, and that lesson is available. I mean, those lessons can be replicated in other parts of India, but that has to be the key priority for both political and administrative will in these governance. Right. And I think state governments need to drive this. This is a state government agenda. Municipalities are with the states, and the states must take ownership. If they have to be a $1 trillion economy, this can't be done without urbanization and good urbanization at that, but while improving the lives of your citizens.
You've picked up a very interesting point saying that, look, urban local bodies have to do it, municipal corporations have to be more empowered, and it's really flows down from the state. But the empowerment of municipal corporations has not happened, right? Because the 74th constitutional amendment did not really take off the way 73rd did, and Panchayat Raj was, actually implemented in a far better manner. Do you think that next 5 years, maybe from the center, right, that could be the big message? Empower your ULBs, even, there's so much joblessness, hire people, train them, and fill up those positions in the urban local bodies and municipalities.
Yeah, but Manisha, the challenge is that, states want empowerment. They want empowerment. They don't want to empower others. The challenge is that when you get empowered, the center has done a lot of allocation to the states. It went in and did 42% allocation to the states, but the states haven't done allocations to the local bodies.
Yes.
But more important than that, they haven't posted outstanding young officers as commissioners and given them a tenure of 5 years. And none of them have been judged on clear outcomes of redefining that city and cleaning up that city. And the lack of political will is a concern in many of these states.
All right. Let's also talk about master planning. When you talk about 42 cities, focus on them, you have said that, look, there are actually many more, 7,000 plus towns which are now becoming city-like, and all of them need master plans, right? But we're struggling to see master plans even in large cities like Delhi, right? MPD 2041 is languishing, it's not seen the light of day. How do we accelerate planning? Because it all starts there, to have the right blueprint. That can be something which can be pushed.
So, we've done this study in Niti Aayog on urban planning, and we realized firstly that in the existing urban cities, urban towns, there are no planners. Many of the urban areas have only 1 or 2 planners, and these planners don't do planning actually. They only do regulatory work. They only sanction FAR, which is a source of huge corruption in many of these areas, simply because the plans are not clearly defined. And then you have about a vast number of our census towns in India, which are actually urban areas as per the census, but they remain as rural areas. The state governments want them to continue as rural areas because you get Manrega funding and many other rural development scheme funding. So there is a vested interest in remaining rural and not becoming urban. So, the more rural you are, the more funding you get from Government of India. And the tragedy is that, the more resources you put for agriculture and the more resources you put for rural development, the poorer these states will become. Simply because, look at UP for instance. Gautam Budh Nagar, which comprises of Noida and Greater Noida, its GDP is actually 12x more than the next city, which is Kanpur of UP. And Gurgaon, the GDP, is actually more than all other districts of Haryana. So one district is more than other districts of Haryana. So urbanization is a big wealth creator. It is a job creator. It becomes a center of innovation. It becomes a center of manufacturing, innovation, services, all this, and becomes a very big driver of growth, but it becomes a very big driver of employment. So if India is to grow with jobs, and that is the key priority for India, that growth with jobs, then all these states need to focus on smart urbanization. And when I talk about smart urbanization, they need to look at actually converting the census towns, which are next to their urban areas, into urban areas and embed them with good public transportation, because cities actually should grow on the back of public transportation. They should go not on the back of private transportation of four-wheelers, but grow on the back of good bus service, good once you have good public transportation, then the city will grow automatically. And on the back of that, you need to do planning. So the point you are making about good planning is very, very critical. It's the most challenging issue, not merely for the bigger cities of Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Calcutta, but for many other Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, as well as for metros. Actually, the real growth has come out of tier 2, tier 3 cities where top class planning. I mean, when I talk about planning, I'm talking about transportation and I'm talking about compact development. I'm talking about vertical development because recent lessons across the world have shown that it's not sprawling cities which are good. They are compact, dense cities. And compact dense cities provide for better livability, they are better wealth creators, and they provide a better good quality of life for their citizens. So you need compactness, you need density, so that you don't have to go shopping miles away, but within that area you are able to get all the services available. That has to be the top priority for the state governments.
What I'm hearing is the centre has done a lot of work, and there is no doubt about it. There are numbers, it's unprecedented attention in the last 10 years on urbanization. But now you're saying going forward, it's literally the state's responsibility to take it forward.
Let's look at this, for instance, in all these areas. I mean, let's go to a state like Chhattisgarh, which is full of mineral resources. I mean, it's full of the best mineral resources in this country, and actually it should be $1 trillion economy. And if Chhattisgarh and Jharkhand grow, then the eastern part of India grows, then India will grow rapidly. Now, Chhattisgarh created this Naya Raipur, very well planned, very well developed. So it's a smart city concept. And then, after all the planning and the trunk infrastructure has been done, you need private sector to step in to get into services, manufacturing, many other areas. Similarly, I think Jharkhand needs to create many more cities. Chhattisgarh now needs to get into many more cities. Urbanization will be the big driver. But what has happened in India is that a vast segment of India's population, about close to 46% of our population, is dependent on agriculture. And that means very poorly paid jobs. Actually, the quality of jobs agriculture gives is very poor. So when people say that we want jobs, they are looking for moving out of agriculture into manufacturing. And you need to create cities where manufacturing and services are an integral part of the urbanization process. There cannot be any urbanization without manufacturing, without walk to work. So if you go to Shindra Bidkin, close to Aurangabad, the new city that has been created under the DMIC corridor, or if you go to Dholera in Gujarat, which has been created, these are all manufacturing cities where urbanization is a necessary part of that manufacturing. And you have walk to work, you have good public transportation, you have managers living there. But the challenge is that when you do new urbanization, it takes 25 years. Look at Gurgaon. It has taken us 3 decades to develop Gurgaon, but top-class development.
And Andhra Pradesh.
Yeah, similarly, Amravati is the story. So you need continuity and a vision, and you need continuity in terms of the political philosophy that irrespective of the change in government, the new urbanization process will continue regardless. And I think every state needs to take upon itself that we need to develop 4 to 5 cities to accommodate, because 500 million people are going to get into the process of urbanization. People are going to move from rural areas, whether you like it or not. And what we are doing is unplanned, unsustainable urbanization. So if you go from Delhi to Rajasthan, what you are seeing is urbanization, but it's all unplanned, unsustainable. And therefore you need to do well-planned, sustainable urbanization for the future, and that will be a huge wealth creator.
It's difficult to actually break from such an interesting conversation, but we must. So stay with us. We'll come back and get more answers from Mr. Kant on how to make our cities sustainable and livable.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे।
पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है. I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है. वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई App Store नहीं था. जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो Apple ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी. Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is. और आपको कोई भी latest app अगर यूज़ करनी होती है, Apple's got all the apps in their App Store. In fact काफ़ी apps तो ऐसी हैं जो सबसे पहले App Store पे आती हैं. For example, Instagram came onto the App Store first before it came to Android. लेकिन सोच के देखो कि 2007 में जो पहला आईफोन आया था, there was no app store. Guys, do you know this? If yes, then amazing. If no, then please let me know by dropping in all your emails. You know the address, it's tg@ndtv.com. मैं देखता हूँ कि आखिर आपको ये फैक्ट पता है या नहीं, या फिर कुछ और अगर कहना है ना, you can just write your emails.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India, one world hygiene.
It's time to give you some interesting tip, because see, हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं, sometimes guys there's this fear of, you know, जब आप फ़ोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फ़ोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you are trying to show someone a photo in your gallery और आपको डर लगता है कि this person might swipe right and left, or like, you know, sometimes you'd want to keep our personal lives पर्सनल टू अस. लेकिन जब आप फ़ोन किसी के हाथ में देते हैं, चांसेस आर कि किसी का मैसेज आ जाएगा तो अचानक से पॉपअप आ जाएगा सामने, एंड आई मीन यू डोंट नो कि क्या उस मैसेज में होगा. Guys, I have a tip for you, and the simple tip is you can turn off the notification previews. तो वहाँ पे वो जो मैसेज का कंटेंट है वो लिखा हुआ नहीं आएगा. मे बी लेट्स से इफ इट्स अ व्हाट्सएप मैसेज, इट विल जस्ट शो वन न्यू मैसेज. इट वोंट शो कि मैसेज किसने भेजा है या मैसेज के अंदर क्या लिखा है. Guys, please go on to your settings. वहाँ पे you can easily tweak to turn off the message previews. काफ़ी लाइफ आसान हो जाएगी, और इनफैक्ट काफ़ी लोग जो कई बार एम्बैरस हो जाते हैं, उनको ऐसे एम्बैरस नहीं होना पड़ेगा अगर मैसेज सामने कहीं पॉपअप हो जाए. कैसी लगी ये टिप बताना ज़रूर, और क्या आप इसको ऑलरेडी यूज़ कर रहे हो? अगर नहीं कर रहे तो करना यूज़ शुरू कर दो, और शेयर करो इस टिप को उन सभी लोगों के साथ जहाँ पे आपको लगता है कि उन्हें इसकी सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our...
Let me come back to the point that you spoke about right at the beginning, which is faster adoption of electric vehicles in all our cities because that also helps in air pollution and even keeping the rising temperatures low or lower. You know, the biggest crux in EV adoption has been literally the charging infrastructure, battery swapping, and last budget we saw a lot of encouragement for EVs, including 0% duty for iron batteries, import of iron batteries. Give me a sense of, you've looked at this very, very deeply as CEO of Niti Aayog. How do we accelerate that aspect of it? Because we are already on track, whether it's e-bus seva or electrification of vehicles. But our charging
we need to accelerate it even further. We need to give a 10x more push because you know, in India 75% of the vehicles are two-wheelers and three-wheelers. So we need to now clearly have a mandate saying that these cities are going to either electrify all two-wheelers, three-wheelers. Actually, we should clearly send out a messages that by 2030 all two-wheelers and three-wheelers will be electric, because the cost of, even the total cost of ownership has fallen, but cheaper than fossil fuel, and the consumer demand is pushing for now two-wheelers. So we should really clearly send out a message that all two-wheelers, three-wheelers will go electric in the next 4 to 5 years, fully electric. Then comes public transportation, the buses, and I think the government of India has done a remarkable job of saying that 10,000 buses will be electric, not diesel. So that's, but every single bus to be bought in India in the future, every single public undertaking should only buy electric buses. And the fourth very critical thing is that the government must send out a clear message that government vehicles, all government cars will only be electric, no diesel vehicle. I mean, many departments are still buying diesel vehicles. It doesn't make sense because the operating cost of electric vehicles is, you know, just 5% of that of fossil fuel cars. So you need to clearly say that all vehicles in government will also be, state governments also, will all be electric. And lastly is the four-wheelers. And there my view is that the government has a new policy of allowing Tesla, etc. to come in and manufacture in India. But my view on that is that Tatas have already taken the lead. Mahindras are coming out with their EV platform vehicles, and these Indian manufacturers actually will take on Tesla in the Indian market.
Can we expect FAME 3 in the budget? Do you think that's likely to happen?
Well, FAME 3 is going to happen in India. Whether it's going to happen in the budget or not, I can't tell you, but FAME 3 will definitely happen in India.
All right.
And we need that support.
You spoke about all public sector organizations and government offices switching to EVs. What about buildings per se, government buildings, right? Why not go renewable?
So
why not, let's make the start there in terms of energy.
My view on this is that, you know, all master plans and all city plans must say that all buildings, irrespective of whether they are private or public, must have charging, and they must all go renewable. I mean, irrespective of private or public. The reason why I'm saying this is that no other country is climatically blessed as India is. We've done a remarkable job of today doing about 200 gigawatt of renewable energy. We are the only country which has met its COP21 targets 9 years ahead of schedule. And actually, irrespective of public or private, every single city must say that all buildings, whether private or public, must be run on renewables, and they must all have charging stations.
So let me ask you, in the next 5 years, what do you think should be the central government's priorities?
First,
national
number one,
energy,
integrated
energy policy?
Number one is reform these top 42 cities which are polluting. If capacity building, good governance, grassroots work in these cities so that you make them better than Indore, these 42 cities. If you've done that, if you transform 42 cities in India, the impact of that will be enormous in India. You'll 1% GDP, okay?
Right.
Number two, clear roadmap. By 2030, we'll make all our two-wheelers, three-wheelers, buses, trucks, everything go electric. Clear message. Absolute clean priority. Number three, we'll drive the green hydrogen mission through incentives, through mandates, whatever it is, make India the champion of green hydrogen and make it the cheapest producer, the cheapest exporter of green hydrogen to the rest of the world. And all this will bring down the cost of green hydrogen from $4.5 per kilogram to $1 per kilogram by 2030. 3 different agendas.
Mr. Khan, thank you very much for speaking to us. On that positive note, we conclude this discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक करें फ्री में पैसाबाजार.com पर। लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है।
ठीक से एक्टिंग नहीं।
पैसाबाजार.com।
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Get ready for the ride of your life. NDTV brings you the NDTV Auto Show with me, Mugdha Mishra. From the fastest supercars to the sleekest new energy vehicles to your trusted daily ride, we cover it all. Every Saturday at 10:30 a.m. and Sunday at 8:30 p.m. only on NDTV 24/7. Your next great escape starts here.
NDTV proudly upholds its legacy of trust and credibility. According to the prestigious Reuters Institute's Digital News Report 2024, NDTV is the top-most news platform in the country. Number 1 in both online and offline reach in India. Beating all its competition, NDTV stands for trust.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Great to have you with us. You're watching the news at 8 with me, Tanima Biswas. And on the show, we bring you a roundup of all the top stories from including what the Madras High Court had to tell the Tamil Nadu government of the repeated Hooch tragedies in the state. That's going to be one of our focus stories today. But first up, the headlines. Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy claims over 50 lives. Opposition demands CM Stalin's resignation. High Court. The Madras High Court there puts Stalin government on notice, seeks answers. Victims narrate the horror on NDTV. Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to stay in jail just hours before his release. High Court stays the bail order. Next hearing on Tuesday.
The Neet mess deepens, students left in a lurch. Congress holds protests across multiple cities. Re-exam process begins for 1,500 aspirants whose grace marks were nixed. Latest in the Pune Porsche crash, teen's father gets bail. Bail granted to the juvenile's father in a negligence case linked to the main case. And ahead of the Parliament session, fresh row over the new Pro-tem speaker. Congress claims a Dalit leader was ignored for the post. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju sidesteps the criticism, says no rules were flouted and that the government followed protocol. Our top story, over 50 people have died in Tamil Nadu in the illicit liquor case. Dozens more are being treated in hospital as we speak. In fact, at least over 60 people are still hospitalized and the death toll, as we mentioned, has crossed 50. Police have arrested a suspected bootlegger and detained 2 others, but these are just the bare minimum. This cannot be the people who are actually involved in running the gang responsible for this massive tragedy. The Madras High Court today, while hearing a petition linked to such Hooch cases, has asked the Tamil Nadu government how could they let such a tragedy happen again. In fact, the court referred to an incident last year and has asked the government to give an action-taken case from 2023 in which 22 people had died. The incident has shocked the state, with opposition staging a protest outside the assembly demanding CM Stalin's resignation. Stalin, on the other hand, spoke in the assembly today saying he's not running away from his responsibilities.
This shed-like structure you see outside this little house is the place where they sold illicit liquor. It's a kind of a outdoor bar joined here to sell and to consume illicit liquor, and telltale signs of illicit liquor having been sold in packets like this. Police have secured at least 200 liters of illicit liquor from this area, and on this side you have a court, local people say, used for the consumers, for those who come to drink here, to sit here and drink. At Karunapuram village, the ground zero of the illicit liquor tragedy, families are shattered. These 3 siblings lost both their daily wage parents. The old grandmothers don't know who would take care of them.
So sorry.
A few houses away, Murugan, a load man, lost 4 members in his family, including his dad, Jain. One of the arrested men, an alleged bootlegger, he says, sold illicit liquor from 4 in the morning. Police knew about this, but did nothing as they were paid off.
Hey, எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாமூல் போகுது, காசு நாங்கள் தரோம், நீ ஏன்டா போலீஸுக்கே மாமூல் போகுது, நீங்கள் ஏன்டா கேட்குறீங்க? சார் அதான் இருக்குது சார் பக்கத்தில் ஸ்டேஷன். 24 போலீஸ் வருவாங்க, வக்கீல் வீடு எல்லாமே லைனாக வேறு எங்கேயும் இல்லை, எல்லாம் லைனாக சுற்றி தான் இருக்குது.
The issue reverberated in the assembly, with opposition leader and AIADMK chief EPS demanding Chief Minister MK Stalin's resignation. Stalin hit back, saying the government has ordered strict action and will not spare the guilty.
மக்கள் கொதித்து போயிருக்கின்ற இந்த சம்பவம் குறித்து கூட சட்டமன்றத்தில் பேசுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பளிக்கவில்லை என்றால் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதற்கே அர்த்தமில்லாமல் போய்விடும்.
அமைச்சர்கள் மட்டுமில்லாமல் உள்துறை செயலாளரையும் டிஜிபியையும் நேரில் செல்ல உத்தரவிட்டிருந்தேன். அவர்களை 2 நாளில் விசாரணை அறிக்கையை கொடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன். அந்த அறிக்கை கிடைத்ததும் அதன் மீதான நடவடிக்கைகளை துரிதப்படுத்துவேன் என உறுதி அளிக்கிறேன். நம் அனைவருக்கும் வார்த்தைகளால் விவரிக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு வேதனையை அளித்துள்ள இந்த துயர சம்பவத்திற்கு பொறுப்பாளர்கள் மீது உரிய நடவடிக்கை மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டு வருகிறது என்பதை தாங்கள் நன்கு அறிவீர்கள்.
More than 50 dead, and this is the second illicit liquor tragedy under the ruling DMK. The demand seeking MK Stalin's resignation, questioning his competence and control over the police force he heads is getting louder. Pressure is also mounting on the DMK to implement phased closure of liquor shops, something it had promised earlier. At Karunapuram with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Right, on to the other important story that we've been tracking, and this from the national capital, and there's no relief for the Delhi Chief Minister. In fact, there was a setback in the court today for Arvind Kejriwal, as just hours before he was supposed to come out of jail on bail, the High Court, which was hearing his petition by the Enforcement Directorate, has reserved the bail order which was granted to him by a trial court. Now this as the Enforcement Directorate challenged the bail, claiming that the trial court had not given sufficient time for the ED to place their arguments, calling the trial court's order a perverse order. Kejriwal's counsel in court, in fact, countered that, saying that ED's case was completely biased.
ट्रायल कोर्ट ने अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बेल दी और आज ये ऑर्डर जो है, उनका जो लिखित ऑर्डर है, रिटन ऑर्डर है, आज ये निकला है। और इस ट्रायल कोर्ट के ऑर्डर में ईडी के केस की धज्जियां उड़ा दी गई। The entire case of ED has been demolished by this order of trial court. और इस ऑर्डर के बाद ईडी का पूरा केस ढह गया है।
Joining us now is the BJP MP Basuri Suraj. Ma'am, first of all, how do you see this order?
The matter is sub judice, and therefore I am not going to comment on the merits of the matter. However, there was a detailed hearing today and the order has been reserved. The court did put a stay on the operation of the impugned order, which was of course yesterday's order passed by the Rouse Avenue Court. But I would like to definitely say that in the People's Court, or in the Court of People's Opinion, if you remember, the campaign of the Honorable Chief Minister was Jail ka jawab vote se. I would like to remind the Honorable Chief Minister of Delhi that the people of Delhi have already voted in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party. All 7 seats went in favor of the Bharatiya Janata Party because the people of Delhi are aware that Mr Kejriwal ji has absolute neck-deep involvement in the liquor scam.
My colleague Sunil Prabhu, who is tracking all the updates in court, joins us now. Sunil, take us through the main highlights. There was, of course, a position placed by the Enforcement Directorate in front of the court saying that they were not heard properly by the special court. But Kejriwal's legal team, of course, insisted that ED's case was completely biased.
That's right. So as you rightly pointed out, the Additional Solicitor General, Mr Raju, kept harping on the point with the High Court that his pleas and he was not allowed to argue extensively in the lower court, and that certain points were neglected. There were some factual mistakes. To counter that, Mr Singhvi as well as Mr Chaudhary, Vikram Chaudhary had made 2 important points. One, that Mr Kejriwal is not a terrorist, that he's the Chief Minister, and that the Supreme Court has already once given him bail. And it's on that count that both sides continue to argue. Mr Singhvi making the point that out of the 5 hours that the court heard the bail plea in the lower court, Mr Raju took 3 hours 45 minutes to give his arguments, and Mr Chaudhary took just a little more than an hour. So on that point, both sides they're trying to say that there is a linkage in terms of Mr Kejriwal's direct involvement, actual involvement, and of course vicarious involvement in terms of the Aam Aadmi Party. So let's see what the court has reserved the orders. Expected to come on Tuesday. He's expected to give a judgment. Both sides can give written submissions, and then they will take a final call one way or the other, or whether it's going to be stayed or not stayed.
That's right. For the moment, of course, Delhi Chief Minister to remain in jail. Sunil Prabhu, thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, staying with news from the national capital, amid the ongoing tussle between Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP over water crisis in Delhi, Water Minister Atishi began her indefinite hunger strike today. The hunger strike, her demand is to get 100 million gallons of water per day from, in fact, the AAP has been demanding surplus water from Haryana stock and has alleged that the Haryana government is not cooperating. BJP, on the other hand, called the strike another instance of drama by Aam Aadmi Party.
Is a satyagraha the answer to address Delhi's problems? As Delhi's water crisis deepens, the political drama on the streets of the national capital has intensified, with the Delhi Water Minister Atishi now on an indefinite fast to demand more water from the BJP-ruled state of Haryana.
और आज से गांधी जी को श्रद्धांजलि देने के बाद मैं यहाँ पर भोगल जंगपुरा में अनिश्चितकालीन अनशन पर बैठ रही हूँ। मैं आज से कोई भी अन्न नहीं खाऊंगी, सिर्फ पानी पीऊंगी जब तक दिल्ली के इन 28 लाख लोगों की प्यास नहीं बुझती।
BJP has slammed Atishi's satyagraha as a political gimmick and demanded the resignation of the entire Aam Aadmi Party government over the water crisis.
एक राजनीतिक नौटंकी है। पानी हरियाणा सरप्लस दे रहा है ये नहीं बोलेंगी। हम तो इस पूरी सरकार का इस्तीफा मांग रहे हैं। इस आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार को अब इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। दिल्ली की जनता को माफ कर दे। जितना आप लोगों ने लूटना था लूट चुके। दिल्ली की जनता आपसे त्रस्त हो चुकी है।
There seems to be a no end to this political blame game over the water woes in the national capital, while the residents still await for a permanent solution to this crisis. Now in Delhi with camera person Arvind Kejriwal, this is Shika Verma for NDTV.
Latest in the Pune Porsche crash case, in that the juvenile's father, the teenager's father who had also been arrested in the case, has in fact been granted bail. In the case, a case linked to the main case, that is that of negligence. But for the moment, of course, there is no walking out of jail just yet, because remember, the juvenile's father has been booked in several other cases, in fact, including kidnapping. But for further on this, let me go across to my colleague Paras. Paras, what was the main argument in court today? But in effect, it also means that the juvenile's father still stays inside a jail.
Right, the arguments were made 3 to 4 days ago in this entire matter, and the order was today. So in this entire matter, there are 3 cases which has been filed against the juvenile father. The first case is under 77 and 75. It's an act of Juvenile Justice Board. In this, the father was responsible for giving him the car's key without knowing what will happen in the future and what can happen, because the boy is juvenile. So negligence case was filed against the juvenile father, and it was the first case which was filed in this entire matter against the juvenile father. The second case is of kidnapping of the driver, and the third is tampering the blood sample with the juvenile's mother. So there are total 3 cases, and in this 3 cases, now in the first case, the juvenile father has been granted bail. So in courtroom, it was said by the juvenile's father lawyer that now it has been already 3 cases on the juvenile father, and whatever investigation has to be done in the first case, the negligence case, it has been already done by the Pune Crime Branch and the Pune Police. So now there is no need for extra custody or the judicial custody. So he should be granted bail, because he can't do anything on it because he's in the jail already. So there should be a bail in this first case, and in the first case, the bail has been granted to the juvenile father. With that, today was a very important day in this entire matter, because the habeas corpus petition, the application was filed in the Bombay High Court, and over there was a heated argument between the prosecution and the lawyer of the accused. So it was a very important day in that the major update which has came in light is that the accused father has been granted bail in the first case which was registered against him.
Significant development there, Paras. Thank you so much for joining us with that. Now, ahead of the Parliament session, a fresh political war of words has erupted. Congress has targeted centre over selection of the pro-tem speaker, Bhartrihari Mehtab. Congress has claimed that a Dalit leader is in fact being ignored for the position. The government has sidestepped Congress's criticism, saying that they've only been following protocol.
ये सिंपल सा एक प्रोसीजरल एस्पेक्ट को लेकर के एक प्रो-टेम स्पीकर जो ओथ देने के लिए बनाया जाता है और ये कस्टमरी है, ये कन्वेंशन है, इसको लेकर के 2 दिन से पॉलिटिक्स किया जा रहा है। ये मैं दंग रह गया। कंज्यूकेटिव लॉन्गेस्ट जो सर्व करते हैं, परंपरागत उसको बनाने का सिस्टम है, उसको हम लोग ने एडॉप्ट किया। यहाँ कोई सिस्टम का उल्लंघन का उसी को लगेगा जिन्होंने सिस्टम और या उसका रूल नहीं पढ़ा है।
Meanwhile, political showdown continues over Neet. Today, the Congress staged protests across multiple cities seeking resignation of the Union Education Minister on moral grounds. While the Union Minister has assured action, BJP, on the other hand, targeted RJD over the UGC net paper leak case, alleging that the accused arrested in that case is associated to RJD. Tejasvi Yadav, the RJD chief, has in fact hit back, calling it a distraction strategy by the BJP.
As student fury over India's failing exam system snowballs into a full-blown political war, the Congress ramped up its stir across cities, girawing the BJP on the streets over the NEET exam controversy.
हमारी मांग है कि सीबीआई पर भरोसा नहीं है। हम चाहते हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट की देख-रेख में, सिटिंग जज की देख-रेख में इसकी इंक्वायरी होनी चाहिए।
Even as aspirants run from pillar to post demanding justice, the BJP and the RJD in Bihar traded claims of a political link to a key accused in the paper leak.
जो किंगपिंग जो है पेपर लीक के, उन लोगों से इशू को डाइवर्ट करना चाहते हैं। जो अमित आनंद है, जो आपका नीतीश कुमार है, ये कौन लोग हैं? इनको क्यों बचाना चाहते हैं ये लोग? क्यों ये लोग जो है डाइवर्ट कर रहे हैं इशू को? तो इशू को जो है डाइवर्ट नहीं करना चाहिए।
हम लोगों ने, सब लोगों ने मिल करके निर्णय लिए हैं कि बिहार के अंदर ये माफिया राज को खत्म करना, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर को बहाल करना। आज इसके माध्यम से जो हमारे साइट पर, खनन के साइट पर हत्याएं होती है, गोलियों की बारिश होती है, अवैध खनन के लिए गैंगवार लड़ाई होती है, वो सब भी कैद होंगे और दिखाई पड़ेंगे।
Raising questions on the exam mafia in Bihar running with impunity, the police now suspect the role of a solver gang after the 4 accused confessed to their involvement in leaking the paper. With no clarity on the counselling yet, the future of nearly 24 lakh candidates hangs in the balance. Many like 19-year-old Vikas Singh have gone through multiple grueling attempts at what is seen as one of the toughest competitive exams.
I have been through this grill so many times that this has seriously led to a like what you can say a mental trauma kind of condition. It was really something. It was really worse to our which could have happened to us.
In the line of fire, the national testing body has begun the process of re-examination for over 1,600 students whose grace marks have now been nixed. The Education Minister insists that the integrity of the exam is intact and that the guilty will be punished.
Our government is 100% committed for transparency, for the betterment of our students' future, and I assure you again, no malpractices, no irregularities will be tolerated by our government.
With no clear solution in sight, the system has failed these students who have no trust left in one of the world's largest testing bodies. With Prabhakar Kumar and Saurabh Gupta, Vedant Agarwal for NDTV.
News now from the state of Maharashtra, and a law and order shocker there. 6 policemen were injured after an angry mob pelted stones and attacked a police station over the rape and murder of a 6-year-old in Jalgaon district of Maharashtra just last week. Congress said that it's lost faith in the Maharashtra government, while BJP retorted that while there is delay, there will be no injustice.
Bloodied policemen and an angry mob. Violent clashes took place in Jamner in Jalgaon. Angered by the rape and murder of a 6-year-old girl, an angry mob pelted stones and torched vehicles at the police station, demanding the accused, a 35-year-old, be handed over to them.
आज त्याला ताब्यात घेतलेलं होतं त्या कारणावरून बेकायदेशीर जमाव पोलीस स्टेशन समोर जमलेला होता त्यांना पोलिसांनी भरपूर समजावले की जी कायदेशीर कारवाई आहे ती होणार आहे तुम्ही कायदा हातात घ्यायचे काय कारण नाही परंतु त्यांनी काही न ऐकता पोलिसांवर दगडफेक केलेली आहे पोलीस स्टेशनवर दगडफेक केलेली आहे आणि त्याच्यामध्ये 7 ते 8 पोलीस अंमलदार आपले जखमी झालेले आहेत.
At least 20 people have been detained in connection with the violence and more arrests are expected.
कोई भी चिंता की बात नहीं है किसी भी पुलिस कर्मचारी को सीरियस इंजरी नहीं है 2 लोगों को माइनर फ्रैक्चर्स हैं परंतु कोई भी सीरियस इंजरी नहीं है सारे पुलिस कर्मचारियों को अच्छी औषध उपचार यहाँ पर दी जा रही है और जिला के वरिष्ठ पुलिस अधिकारी और हमारे सारे जो मेडिकल क्षेत्र के जो अधिकारी हैं डीन साहब हो सिविल सर्जन हो ये सारे लोग यहाँ पर आज उपस्थित हैं.
The opposition has questioned the state government over the deteriorating law and order situation, saying citizens have lost faith in the police.
Definitely, people have lost trust, not only in law and order, regarding Deputy CM also. But definitely, government needs to work on this. People don't have good feeling for them, and they don't trust government right now. That is the truth.
BJP leader and special public prosecutor Ujjwal Nikam has appealed to people to let law to take its course and not take the law into their hands.
पुलिस कर्मी की भी ये नैतिक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि सबूत स्ट्रॉन्ग इकट्ठा मेडिकल एविडेंस एंड साइंटिफिक एविडेंस की चेन जुड़ाना होगा. थोड़ा धीरज रखिए, देर है अंधेर नहीं, कानून के हाथ भी बहुत लंबे होते हैं.
The incident in Jalgaon is a stark reminder of the growing mistrust in the system. Lack of transparency, corruption in the system, and delayed justice are contributing factors to this mistrust. Ultimately, it's the common man who suffers. With video journalist Sagar Shirke, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Now, it was the 10th International Yoga Day today, and the Prime Minister led the celebrations, led the event from Srinagar, sending a strong message that yoga cannot be a practice simply linked to one community. Take a look at the celebrations coming in today.
Prime Minister leading the Yoga Day celebrations from Kashmir. Srinagar was the venue of choice for the Prime Minister this year. Even as rain put a spanner in the works briefly, the venue for the celebrations was shifted inside the halls of Sher-e-Kashmir International Conference Centre on the banks of Dal Lake. Prime Minister Narendra Modi didn't disappoint hundreds of people who had come to join the celebrations and took selfies with them. By holding first such yoga event in Kashmir, it was the government's bid to change perceptions about yoga that's often linked to a particular faith. PM Modi said that the Saudi Arabia, a country central to Muslim faith across the world, has adopted yoga in their education curriculum.
इंटरनेशनल योगा डे 10 वर्ष की ऐतिहासिक यात्रा पूरी कर चुका है. 2014 में मैंने यूनाइटेड नेशंस में इंटरनेशनल योगा डे का प्रस्ताव रखा था. भारत के इस प्रस्ताव का 177 देशों ने 177 समर्थन किया था और ये अपने आप में एक रिकॉर्ड था। तब से योग दिवस लगातार नए रिकॉर्ड बनाता जा रहा है।
As India celebrated its legacy of yoga, union ministers and top national leaders observed the 10th International Day of Yoga across the country. From the Marine Drive at Mumbai to troops at borders, there was enthusiastic display of yoga sessions across the country.
प्रधानमंत्री जी ने दुनिया के समक्ष हमारी योग पद्धति को रखा, जिसे दुनिया ने न सिर्फ सराहा बल्कि अपनाया भी। आधुनिक समय में आज यदि योग को वैश्विक पहचान मिल रही है तो इसमें प्रधानमंत्री जी का एक बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। साथियों, आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग दिवस के अवसर पर सिर्फ भारत में ही कार्यक्रम नहीं हो रहे हैं, बल्कि भारत के बाहर कई जगहों पर भी कार्यक्रम हो रहे हैं।
There were even pictures of dog squads doing yoga alongside troops. Bollywood celebrities also joined in, posting pictures on social media handles. Bureau report for NDTV.
Right, and on that note, we'll in fact be slipping into a short break, but we're leaving you with a glimpse, an entire package of the best visuals coming in from Yoga Day. Thanks for watching.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं, ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। आज ही जाइए पैसाबाजार.com पर और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत किसी को भी कभी भी पड़ सकती है।
चल एक्टिंग थोड़ा भेल बनो।
पैसाबाजार.com।
So guys, there you have it, everything that Apple announced right at this Apple Park. And जब भी मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ ना, एक अलग ही vibe होती है। I mean, this entire setup is huge. काफ़ी हरा भरा है, काफ़ी positive, काफ़ी energetic feel होता है। वैसे इसी से मेरे को एक बात याद आती है guys, because we are talking about this developers conference. Did you know that when the first iPhone came in the year 2007, उसमें कोई app store नहीं था। जी हाँ, there was no app store whatsoever. आपके पास में वही apps थी जो एप्पल ने फ़ोन में इंस्टॉल करके दी थी। Eventually अगले साल App Store का जन्म हुआ and we, I mean today all know that how popular this App Store is। और आपको कोई भी लेटेस्ट ऐप अगर यूज़ करनी होती है, Apple's got all the apps in their App Store। In fact काफ़ी apps तो ऐसी हैं जो सबसे पहले App Store
Good evening, you're watching The Last Word with me, Tanima Biswas, and our focus today is on the Tamil Nadu Hooch tragedy. Over 50 people have died after consuming illicit liquor. Over 60 people are still being treated at hospitals in the Kalakurchi district of Tamil Nadu. Families have lost breadwinners, children orphaned in one stroke. In fact, there's one family that we have featured on our channel where 3 children have lost both their parents. Now, this is not the first time that Tamil Nadu has witnessed Hooch-related deaths, but the death toll this time in this incident has shocked everyone in the state. In fact, while hearing a petition, the Madras High Court asked the state government today what action have they taken to curb such sale of illicit liquor, pointing out that this is a matter of people's lives and that the state government cannot just sweep the matter under the carpet. In fact, the High Court referred to an incident from last year in which 22 lives were lost in a similar such tragedy. What's happened since then? The High Court specifically asked, how could the government let this happen one more time? In fact, the High Court has given the Tamil Nadu government time till Wednesday for their response. But the opposition was in no mood to give any extra time to Stalin government. They staged a protest outside the assembly today with AIDMK leaders wearing black in protest, saying they have no faith in the state government's investigation. Chief Minister Stalin, who's under fire, responded to opposition's charges on the floor of the House, saying he's not running away and assured justice to the families. But that brings us to the question we are asking tonight. As Tamil Nadu Hooch deaths mount, who will answer for the body count? Who will take the responsibility? The state government, of course, saying they are doing their job. Investigations continued as per procedure. But what will be, where will the buck stop when it comes to this massive tragedy which has hit the state? In fact, I will be joined by several guests on this. But before I go across to my guests, let me bring in my colleague Sam, who's been tracking this update, who has in fact been reporting on the ground there, the site of the incident. Sam, what is the main demand of the families? I mean, so many families have been shattered by this incident. There are several other people who are still in hospital. Their families are also hoping and praying, of course, that they get well soon. But you've been speaking to the people who've been affected on ground, families who have lost breadwinners. What is their most single demand from the state government now?
One key demand, Tanima, we get to hear from many of these people is that close the liquor shops. We have suffered enough. Let's end with this. Let's not take this to other people. There are families who have lost the couple. The children have lost their parents, mothers, their sons. It's tragic stories at every household. And they say, let not the government sell liquor. It's not their job. Close it. And that addiction leads to demand for illicit liquor, because as the Indian-made foreign liquor prices go up, people from poor communities like this, people living in this village, they say they are easily lured by people who sell illicit liquor. With me, Alagason, who lost his brother-in-law and sister-in-law. In the ஊர்ல சகஜமா ஈஸியா பழக்கத்துல கள்ளச்சாராயம் அவைலபிளா இருந்துச்சா?
இருக்குது சார். கண்ண மூடின்னு கிடைக்கும், ஈஸியாகவே கிடைக்கும். நீங்கள் எங்கே வெளியில் எங்கேயும் தேடவே தேவையில்லை. கருணாபுரம்னாவே கள்ளச்சாராயம் தான்.
போலீஸுக்கு தெரியுமா, அதிகாரிகளுக்கு தெரியுமா? அது
எல்லாத்துக்குமே தெரியும் சார். பக்கத்துலேயே இருக்குது, போலீஸ் ஸ்டேஷன் இருக்குது.
சுருக்கமாக உங்களுடைய டிமாண்ட் இல்லை, இங்கே உள்ள மக்களோட டிமாண்ட் என்ன?
மக்களோட டிமாண்ட் என்னென்னா, கள்ளச்சாராயம் முழுசாக இந்த ஊருக்குள்ளே வரக்கூடாது, கள்ளச்சாராயமே இருக்கவே கூடாது. சாராயன்றது இப்போ பல பேரோட உயிர் பறி போயிடுச்சு. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க அரசாங்கம் தான் ஸ்டெப் எடுக்கணும்.
He says illicit liquor was freely available in this village. Police and authorities knew about this, and our only demand is that there should be no place for illicit liquor. That's our singular demand, he says. In fact, he has lost his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, and their children, 3 of them, have become orphans. Tanima.
I can ask one more question to him. You know, if we can get a reaction on ground on what the Madras High Court has told the Stalin government today. The High Court has very clearly said that there was a similar incident last year in which 22 people died, pointedly asking the state government how it could allow such tragedies to take place repeatedly. What do people have to say on ground? Do they feel that the government, in a way, is prioritizing economics over actually taking care of its own people? That they had an opportunity last year to set everything straight, but even after a year, a similar tragedy, beg your pardon, of a larger magnitude is playing out. What do they have to say about the way the Madras High Court is now seeking, demanding answers from the state government?
சென்னை உயர்நீதிமன்றம் அரசாங்கத்தை கேட்டிருக்காங்க. போன வருஷம் இதே மாதிரி 22 பேர் இறந்தாங்க இதே மாதிரி கள்ளச்சாராயம் சாப்பிட்டு. நீங்கள் என்ன கற்றுக்கிட்டீங்க, அது நடக்காமல் இருக்கிறதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கீங்கன்னு கேள்வி கேட்குறாங்க. அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் என்ன நினைக்கிறீங்க?
அவங்க வந்து முடிவு எடுத்திருக்காங்க. பட் அரசாங்கம் முடிவு எடுத்திருந்தாலும் இது வந்து தனிப்பட்ட முறையில் வந்து அரசாங்கமே எடுத்து தனியாக செப்பரேட்டாக நடத்துகிற மாதிரி தான் நடக்குது இது. புரியுதுங்களா? ஏன்னா அரசாங்கம் வந்து ஒயின் ஷாப்பில் விற்கிறாங்க. ஒயின் ஷாப்பில் வந்து விலைவாசி அதிகமாக ஏற்றி விற்கிறதால இந்த கள்ளச்சாராயத்துக்கு அடிக்ட் ஆகுறாங்க. இது வெறும் 60 ரூபாயில் கிடைக்கிது. 160 ரூபா 180 ரூபா.
அரசாங்கம் அதை விற்பனை பண்ணலாமா இல்லை நிறுத்தணுமா?
அது ஒட்டு மொத்தமாக நிறுத்தணும். எனக்கு தெரிஞ்சு பாதிக்கப்பட்டவங்கள எங்களை மாதிரி பாதிக்கப்பட்டு எவ்வளோ பேர் கண்ணு தண்ணி விட்டுருக்காங்க. கண்ணீர் வருது எல்லாருக்குமே. மனசாட்சின்னு இருக்குந்தா அந்த கவர்மெண்ட் அரசாங்கம் இதை எடுத்து டோட்டலாகவே க்ளோஸ் பண்ணணும்.
Although the government says they are taking steps on the ground, Tanima, he says, just like the government sells liquor officially, even illicit liquor, the way it operates on the ground, looks like even this is done by the government. He says if the government has any conscience, they should right away stop selling liquor.
Right, Sam, thank you so much for joining us with the voices on the ground. In fact, those are the voices that really matter, and that is why we are discussing this issue today, because this seems to be a massive problem now that brewing in the state, and the Stalin government clearly has to answer many questions. Sam, thank you so much for joining us with that. Also, let's take a look at the comprehensive report on this entire issue.
This shed-like structure you see outside this little house is the place where they sold illicit liquor. It's a kind of a outdoor bar joined here to sell and to consume illicit liquor, and telltale signs of illicit liquor having been sold in packets like this. Police have secured at least 200 liters of illicit liquor from this area, and on this side you have a court, local people say, used for the consumers, for those who come to drink here, to sit here and drink. At Karunapuram village, the ground zero of the illicit liquor tragedy, families are shattered. These 3 siblings lost both their daily wage parents. The old grandmothers don't know who would take care of them.
எனக்கு ஒரு உதவி வேணாம். இதுக்கு நெவில் கொடு, கட்டி கொடுங்க. இது படிப்பு செலவுக்கு கொடுங்க. ராத்திரி எனக்கு அப்பா வேணும், அம்மா வேணுங்கிறாங்க. நான் எங்கே போய் தேடி கொண்டாந்து கொடுப்போம்.
உங்க அப்பா இருந்தாங்க. So sorry. A few houses away, Murugan, a load man, lost 4 members in his family, including his dad Jain. One of the arrested men, an alleged bootlegger, he says, sold illicit liquor from 4 in the morning. Police knew about this but did nothing as they were paid off.
எல்லாத்துக்கும் மாமூல் போகுது, காசு நாங்கள் தரோம். நீங்கள் ஏன்டா போலீஸுக்கே மாமூல் போகுது, நீங்கள் ஏன்டா கேட்குறீங்க? சார் அதான் இருக்குது சார் பக்கத்தில் ஸ்டேஷன். 24 போலீஸ் வருவாங்க. வக்கீல் வீடு எல்லாமே லைனாக, வேறு எங்கேயும் இல்லை, எல்லாம் லைனாக சுற்றி தான் இருக்குது.
The issue reverberated in the assembly, with opposition leader and AIADMK chief EPS demanding Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's resignation. Stalin hit back, saying the government has ordered strict action and will not spare the guilty.
மக்கள் கொதித்து போயிருக்கின்ற இந்த சம்பவம் குறித்து கூட சட்டமன்றத்தில் பேசுவதற்கு வாய்ப்பளிக்கவில்லை என்றால் சட்டமன்ற உறுப்பினராக தேர்ந்தெடுக்கப்பட்டதற்கு அர்த்தமில்லாமல் போய்விடும்.
அமைச்சர்கள் மட்டுமில்லாமல் உள்துறை செயலாளரையும் டிஜிபியையும் நேரில் செல்ல உத்தரவிட்டிருந்தேன். அவர்களை 2 நாளில் விசாரணை அறிக்கையை கொடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்கிறேன். அந்த அறிக்கை கிடைத்ததும் அதன் மீதான நடவடிக்கைகளை துரிதப்படுத்துவேன் என உறுதி அளிக்கிறேன். நம் அனைவருக்கும் வார்த்தைகளால் விவரிக்க முடியாத அளவிற்கு வேதனையை அளித்துள்ள இந்த துயர சம்பவத்திற்கு பொறுப்பாளர்கள் மீது உரிய நடவடிக்கை மேற்கொள்ளப்பட்டு வருகிறது என்பதை தாங்கள் நன்கு அறிவீர்கள்.
More than 50 dead, and this is the second illicit liquor tragedy under the ruling DMK. The demand seeking M.K. Stalin's resignation, questioning his competence and control over the police force he heads, is getting louder. Pressure is also mounting on the DMK to implement phased closure of liquor shops, something it had promised earlier. At Karunapuram with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Right, that was my colleague Sam Daniel's report, and as we said that we are raising this question as to who takes the onus, who takes the responsibility for this mounting body count in this Hooch tragedy. We will be discussing this today with my guests who are joining me now. S. Muralidharan, who is a political analyst, Kovai Satyan, AIDMK spokesperson, and Yashovardhan Azad, former IPS officer. Thank you all for joining me on the show tonight. First question to you, Mr. Muralidharan. We heard from the families on the ground there. My colleague Sam was talking to them. Families have clearly said, who have been affected, that they want the liquor shops to be shut. Why hasn't it happened yet? Specifically because DMK government has seen 2 such tragedies back to back. Isn't that one of the clear answers, that we should listen to the people and maybe reduce the number of liquor shops, and specifically in some of these areas where everyone knows that there's illicit sale of liquor happening?
Yeah, a little bit of history just to put things in perspective and to understand what's been happening. See, in 1986, the government, I'll not give credit to any of these because this is a making of all the governments been in the ruling Tamil Nadu. So if you look at this, 1986, they shut down toddy, which is made out of palm trees and coconut trees, which is a toxicant, but it's an organic product, and which is still continues. States like Kerala and Goa still continue to export them, and they're doing very well. And this was stopped only to promote the synthetic alcohol, which is manufactured by the breweries and distilleries. Then later in 2003, the government brought an ordinance and monopolized the entire business, saying that we will not let it out to any private entity. The entire business will be run by us, right from purchasing and marketing it in all the outlets. So when this happened, 2 things happened. One is the quality of the product dropped and the prices kept going up. Now, every time when the government needed money, see, they run all these freebies, right? So whenever they keep running these freebies, they run out of money. So whenever they run out of money, they keep increasing the price. So there's an artificial inflation of price. And second, because of this, they started demanding bribes from, let's say, the manufacturers, the brewers, the brand owners, etc. So if a brand owner, let's say XYZ, gives X amount of money per crate, so paid in terms of crates, their product will be there on the shelf. If not, it won't be there. So the brand owners, so there was a normal competition between 2 brands to give the best product as best price. So if there's no such competition, what will happen? So they're not going to really bother about the quality. So because of that, the quality dropped.
Mr. Muralidharan, is the government not aware of the sale of this illicit liquor gangs? I mean, they must be operating for several...
They're aware. They're very
So what's
much
being
aware.
done about it?
So
That's what these families are asking. You can give them as many history lessons as you want, but the main question that they're asking is that what is being done about the sale of this illicit liquor, which everybody knows about as a state government, as state law and order machinery. It's not possible that your policemen on the ground are not aware of who's operating in which area. What's being done about it?
They're aware. So, see, this is another channel. So
and
a person
not doing
who can't
anything?
afford.
They're aware, but
they're not doing it. That's the point. They're not doing anything. So they run, see, doing anything in the sense, see, if it's done by somebody XYZ, they can do something about it. This is done by the government, the people in the government, supported by the government. I'll give you 2 other instances. There was a superintendent of police who took a voluntary retirement for a simple reason that he felt he will not be able to control this illicit liquor trade. And something like this, whatever which is happening right now, could happen. He took a voluntary retirement somewhere end 2023. And before that, the ADMK government, ADMK party brought up this issue in the assembly, saying that, this needs to stop because this is going out of control. And there was a YouTuber by name Saukku Sankar who exposed the entire Kallakurchi incident, wherever this is happening. And he is behind bar. And they're trying to put him under gundas and keep him for a couple of years inside. So the government is very much aware.
At this point. Yes, Mr. Muralidharan, let me bring in AIDMK, Mr. Kovai Satyan at this point. I know you will probably talk about the protest today and the fact that the Chief Minister, you've been demanding, your party's been demanding his resignation on this point. But let me put up another statistics for our viewers on the screens. If I can ask my producers to put up the information that we have collated together of the number of Hooch tragedies across different states over the years, which clearly shows that obviously it's not just one state's problem. If we look at even dry states like Bihar and Gujarat, you've seen the statistics on the screen show you there that 75 people died in Bihar in 2022. In Gujarat, 42 people died because of Hooch tragedy, of Hooch cases. Again in 2021 in Bihar, over nearly 100 people died. So it's not just the problem of one state or one incident alone that we are looking at. Clearly, no party or government has done enough or is doing enough to tackle this issue. What did your party do when they were in power? What has AIDMK actually done in terms of curbing this menace, which has hit, at least over the past 2 years, we have seen Tamil Nadu suffering body blows because of this?
Yeah, to answer your question, even in our manifesto, it was clear that the terminal goal of our party is a complete closure of sale of liquor in the state of Tamil Nadu. It will be done in a phase-by-phase manner. It will not be all done at once.
But the information, you will please make your point, but I just wanted to point out at this juncture that the information on our the statistics that we have collated together shows that it's not just about shutting liquor shops. You know, dry states like Bihar and Gujarat also have seen a number of deaths because of this.
So there are two entities which we are talking about here. One is an organized sale of liquors, which happens through the cooperative called TASMAC by the government. On the other side, there are miscreants who take law into their own hands and they sell illicit liquor. So there are two aspects to it. The aspect to liquor sale, our ideology and our direction is clear that we want to stop the sale of liquor in the state of Tamil Nadu. It will be done in a phase-by-phase manner. But now what has happened in Tamil Nadu with this incident, this is not an accident. This is a murder by the government itself. Last year, 22 people lost their lives because of this illicit liquor. In the nearby district, this happened in Kalakurchi, the nearby district was Viluppuram. 22 people lost their lives because of this illicit liquor. On 29th March, we gave a representation to the Speaker in the Assembly to bring a special motion to discuss this. The Speaker refused it. There were no action. The same answer by M.K. Stalin, incompetent Chief Minister, says it has been transferred to CBCID. Inquiry is going on, the culprits will be punished. Now, what is really happening in Tamil Nadu with respect to the liquor sale and illicit liquor sale? Let me give you a larger understanding. TASMAC, the cooperative, are entitled to sell the liquors and they are entitled to give license for the sale of liquor in Tamil Nadu. Since DMK came to power, more than 1,000 illegal bars started operating because this becomes a money minting business for DMK and the office bearers associated to the party. Every liquor bottle gets 10 rupees or 20 rupees above the MRP and the kickbacks goes directly to the office bearers of DMK till the higher ranks. 1,000 illegal bars, and that minister is behind bars for the last 1 year. This is one side. The other side, the government and the office bearers indulge into illicit trade of drugs and narcotics, including liquor. Jafar Sadiq, a close associate in DMK and office bearer, was caught with a 2,000 crore smuggling networks across the world. Even today, 8 crores of drugs were seized in Tuticorin.
Yes, and
so everybody, the ruler, the DMK, everybody are partners in crime.
We would like to point out that the DMK is not present.
Goes to everybody.
We did reach out to them, but they did not send a representative to take our questions today. So all these allegations, they should be present actually to answer some of them. There is, of course, an issue there. But to be fair, they need to be also hearing some of the points that you are raising in order to answer that or counter that or at least give their point of view.
Let me bring all these were not allegations. These are all backed with data, which is there in the public domain, out in open.
Yes,
just
that may be your point of view, but we will also need the DMK to answer some of these questions as well. They
will not answer. They will run away.
They have declined to be a part of the show today, but
like the CM
we have
who are
reached
not
out
present
to
in
them.
Assembly today to answer.
Let me bring in Mr. Yashovardhan Azad, who is a former IPS officer, to look at the larger issue. Mr. Azad, you've also seen the data that we have put out in terms of the number of incidents being reported from several other states as well. Illicit liquor gangs, which are in fact selling illicit liquor, are they, according to you, part of organized gangs? And if that is the case, this is an organized crime, then shouldn't they be booked under more stringent laws? What are some of the ways that you can suggest to curb this menace?
No, I mean, that's not the way to start, I would say. This is definitely an organized criminal activity. But the point is there are three aspects to this issue, and I'm sorry I differ with most of the things here. Number one, at a criminal level, we have forgotten the most important man in the district. He's called the excise officer. The excise officer is controlled by the collector, where the collector has the power to close all these shops. And mind you, there is a difference. There's a difference between a spurious liquor, which is been sold totally illegally, which needs to be closed, and the Indian manufactured liquor, for which always, as
I'm
Mr.
sorry to interfere here. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
then,
The collector of the district comes out and says the deaths were not because of illicit liquor. The collector was forced to lie in front of the media. That's the status quo in Tamil Nadu today, sir. And
all over is
everybody
the
are
same.
hand in glove with the criminals.
Listen, Mr. Satyan, all over the country, the collectors are doing the same. There's nothing different. That's exactly the point what I'm saying. The point is, your excise is the money generating. It's like a milked cow. So every government depends on it. And that is why there is a lot of nexus between the government people and these excise contractors. But the problem is, these excise contractors often used to come to us and report that there is a spurious liquor being sold. And that's why that's the time when the excise officer should report to the police to file an FIR and give it. And secondly, tell the collector that you take action against these manufacturers. There are two things which have been done. Therefore, three things should have been done. The collector should have been suspended, you're right, the SP and the excise officer. Number two, the problem is at human level too. These daily laborers who are having this liquor, it costs them 10 to 50 rupees, whereas the manufacturing Indian liquor cost is about 100. Now, this is an ideological issue, whether you can close the shops. You cannot close liquor anywhere. It failed all over the world. In fact, in Bihar, there are maximum Hooch deaths only because there's a free supply of liquor. For that matter, it's even in Gujarat. So that is number two. What you need is a kind of an NGO, a protective shield to say what the laborers can do in the evening. What are they going to do instead of drinking? Just tell me. Number three is the administrative setup. The administrative setup is just impossible to manage anything because the collector thinks he's the boss. He doesn't do anything except at the behest of the government. The SP is busy with leak of exams. He's busy with encroachment. He should be busy with liquor. He should be busy with 10,000 other things except crime. The excise officer, who's completely, weighed down by what he cannot do and only makes money, who is going to do this? That's the most serious problem. You see,
right.
in one second, just hold on. There are 14,000 cases in 3 years in that district alone, and there were 10,000 arrests. This is the scale of the problem. So when you look at the issue, you have to look with a very, very serious-minded perspective than just saying that we should close shops and we should do this.
That's right.
Requires a very deeper study and analysis.
There's a deeper rot in the system, as Mr. Yashovardhan Azad is pointing out. I'm unfortunately running out of time, but just about time for everyone to give their quick take. If we limit this discussion only to Tamil Nadu, what's the way forward for the Stalin government to actually tackle this menace, starting with Mr. Muralidharan, then Kovai Satyan and Mr. Azad. 30 seconds for each. Mr. Muralidharan.
Okay. As simple as, removing the monopolistic, nature of the business, ensure it's given to private entities, because the private entities then ensure better price, better product. As long as it's going to be a monopolistic business, which is handled only by the government, it's not going to improve. Because as Mr. Yashwardhan, IPS officer said, the liquor has to be made affordable for the poor. That means giving that liquor at 50 rupees or 60 rupees, which they can buy. Today, because of the subsequent increases, whenever they felt they didn't have money, the prices have skyrocketed. The poor are not able to afford to buy those liquor. That's why they're
Mr. Kovai Satyan and Mr. Azad, quickly if you come in. We will have very short time though.
as promised by Mr. M.K. Stalin, that if voted to power, not even a single drop of liquor will be available in Tamil
Right.
Nadu. Ask him to follow whatever he said in the political rallies before the elections.
Mr. Azad,
please.
yes, Mr.
Ask him to
Azad,
stick
please
to his
go
word.
ahead. We have
I
very less
totally-
time, Mr. Azad. Make your
I
point.
totally agree with Mr. Muralidharan. It should be in private hands and three individuals. First is the collector, second is the excise officer, and third, the SP should be made accountable, and you will see the results immediately.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on this very important discussion today. And we'll keep our focus on this story on our channel as well. Thank you all for watching this important discussion. And stay tuned to NDTV coming up on the other side. Maria Shakil with the big fight.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
लोन मिलेगा या नहीं ये आपके क्रेडिट स्कोर पे डिपेंड करता है। तो आज ही पैसाबाजार.com पर जाइए और अपना क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक कीजिए फ्री में, क्योंकि लोन की जरूरत कभी भी किसी को भी पड़ सकती है। बस एक्टिंग करा लो इनसे। पैसाबाजार.com, क्रेडिट स्कोर चेक, आदत अच्छी है।
तो दोस्तों ये है कोटा के बेस्ट टीचर्स जीतू भैया।
हाँ या ना कुछ बोल भाई।
जीतू भैया क्यों? जीतू सर क्यों नहीं?
You're fondly known as Jeetu Bhaiya on the show. And that's how maybe, you know, everybody likes to call you these days as well.
जो कैरेक्टर है बहुत ही फिक्शनल था, मैंने पढ़ाया भी है और मैं उस कोटा के कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ा हूँ जहाँ पे मैंने बहुत सारे टीचर्स देखे हैं। बट जीतू भैया का जो कैरेक्टर है वो काफ़ी डिफरेंट है।
पहले कहते हैं 11 लाख स्टूडेंट्स के साथ जेई का एग्जाम दो और टॉप 1% में आओ। चलो ठीक है, मान लिया। ठीक है, तो नहीं, इससे भी आपका एडमिशन नहीं होगा। उसके साथ आपको बोर्ड से 75% लाने होंगे। ये कैसा 2 फैक्टर ऑथेंटिकेशन है बे इनका? जब मैंने पहला सीन पढ़ा तो मुझे फटाक से मेरी पहली चीज़ वही चीज़ याद आ गई कि यार ऐसा सेम मेरे साथ हुआ है।
एक आखिरी बार जोर लगा दो और एडवांस में तोड़ फोड़ मचा दो।
I am very happy to be included in the world of Kota because tremendous potential and strength that the youth of India represent, and I feel our storytelling has never included them before.
ड्रीम नहीं, एम बोलो। ड्रीम बस देखे जाते हैं, एम अचीव किया जाता है।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
It's time to give you some interesting tip because see हमारे मोबाइल फोन्स जितने स्मार्ट हो जाएं sometimes guys there's this fear of जब आप फोन देते हो किसी के हाथ में, अगर किसी ने आपसे फोन मांगा है for just to do a basic task, हो सकता है you're trying to show
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated.
This is the big fight, and I'm Maria Shakil. National Testing Agency is in the eye of a storm. the umbrella body which conducts around 15 exams such as college admission tests, UGC NET, JEE Mains, Neet, is facing a big test itself. Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan has admitted that the question paper leak, also of NET, which was cancelled, is an institutional failure.
दुर्घटना हुई उसको हमें स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा, हम उससे भागते नहीं है, उसकी जिम्मेवारी भी लेते हैं, उसको सुधारें कैसे, निश्चित रूप में सुधारना पड़ेगा। भारत जैसे एक महाशक्ति, भारत जैसे एक बड़ा देश अपने भविष्य को सुरक्षित करने के लिए कठोर से कठोर कदम उठाएगा। हमने पिछले दिनों में पब्लिक एग्जामिनेशन को कोई डिसरप्ट ना करे, कोई चीटिंग ना कर दे, कोई माल प्रैक्टिसेस ना हो, उसके लिए हमने कठोर कानून बनाया है। वहाँ से लेके उसके एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव मैनेजमेंट तक हम कोई भी कसर नहीं छोड़ेंगे।
That exam, that is the NET exam, is meant for the PhD admissions and recruitment of assistant professors to colleges. First NEET, now NET. Two back-to-back exam controversies have amplified long simmering doubts among sections of higher education faculty, students, parents, whether the NTA has the right composition and adequate capacity to conduct nationwide tests that are crucial for careers. Student groups, faculties, opposition parties have questioned the competence of this exam body. Sections of students and candidates who have taken the NET say the NTA had witnessed several instances of alleged malpractices in the past. The history paper of the NET was circulated on social media in October 2022 with candidates alleging a paper leak. The NTA admitted that the paper circulating on social media was a true copy but denied any leak, asserting that the copy of the paper had not been available in the public domain before or during the test. The CBI is probing allegations that a Jharkhand-based private firm had hacked the computers of the JEE, that is the Joint Entrance Examination main, in 2021 for the benefit of candidates at a Haryana center and helped them crack the test. The NTA, remember, has barred 20 students from taking the JEE main test till 2024. So as the NTA faces questions, the question that we ask on the big fight tonight, has the time come to review the one agency exam system, which is the National Testing Agency? Let's bring in the guests now. Joining me on the show are Subramaniam. He is the former Secretary to Government of India of Higher Education and Social Justice. C.B. Sharma, professor here joining us, professor of IGNOU, and also former chairman of NIOS. Sujata Rao, former Health Secretary, is joining us. We have Abhishek Sharma, CEO of Vidya Mandir classes here in the studio. Mohan Kumar Mangalam of the Congress is joining us, Radhika Khera of the BJP, and students joining us, Anvi Gupta, NEET aspirant, Harshit Tripathi is a UGC NET affected student, and Ira Ali is a NEET aspirant. Sujata Rao, I'm going to begin with you, ma'am, because I'm going through this article which has been written by you. You have raised some very, very crucial, pertinent questions. You write that the policy of instituting NEET was actively considered in 2010 at the Ministry of Health to address three problems. And you talk about these three problems, but it appears all the problems have resurfaced.
That's true. Can you hear me, Maria?
Yes, ma'am, loud and clear. So are the viewers hearing you.
Yeah, so those are the three problems, because at that time I was Secretary Health and the Medical Council of India brought this NEET idea forward on these three issues, saying that students were to take 46 examinations running across the country for getting admission into a college. So can we standardize that? But what was really worrying the MCI, at that time it was not an elected body, it was a nominated body. And at that time what they were worried was the kind of students that were getting admission in medical colleges had zero knowledge of botany and of zoology and physics and chemistry. That means the school system is so pathetic in our country that science education, basic sciences is very, very poor. So they said we have to have a standard cutoff where we ensure at least those students getting into medical colleges have a little bit of understanding of basic sciences. And the third was that appalling situation of capitation fees. So we said if we have a merit list and all private colleges can only take students from the merit list, whether they're rich or poor, whether they can pay the money or not, they have no other choice, we'd be able to curb the capitation fees. But I'm afraid none of these have been addressed. The fond hope at that time was that if setting the standard, and CBSE became the standard, we compared it to school education in states. We found the states, syllabus and the standards were far lower, but we did think that, the states would upend their standards, because after all, you have to have a national standard. You can't just go to the rock bottom. But that also, unfortunately, didn't happen. Tamil Nadu made attempts, and they might have improved their standards, but I think all states have.
One exam, Neet policy, was attempted in 2013, but then was stalled due to the suspension of the scheme by the Supreme Court in response to what was petitions filed by private colleges. My question then is that why was it brought in the first place? Because, of course, in 2016, a 5-judge bench restored Neet. But now that we are seeing multiple questions around Neet, NTA, do you think the problem is with the body, the NTA, or these exams?